Welcome to Brittle Papers. I am your host, Eric Thorne. Where are you listening from tonight? Drop it in the comments below. Your presence makes these quiet stories worth sharing. Let's begin. The wind was gentle across the fields that year. Leaves moved but slowly. The rivers ran clear and low with no sense of urgency. It was a time when boots had not yet trampled the earth in lines, and when borders, though claimed, still breathed like soft lungs expanding under shared skies. The Balkans slept, but only on the surface. Beneath the soil and the walls and the flags, something was shifting. Not loudly, not all at once, but steadily, like a slow tide that no one notices until their feet are wet. The empires that held the region, old, rusted, stretched too thin, were quiet on maps, but heavy in presence. They stood like cracked pillars in a forgotten courtyard. From the west, Austria-Hungary held firm but nervous. From the east, the Ottoman Empire lingered like fading smoke, still touching lands it no longer understood. In between lived Serbia, Bulgaria, Montenegro, and Greece, smaller, restless, remembering centuries of wounds, of language stolen, of prayers whispered in fear. The memory of rule by others ran deep here. It passed from fathers to sons, not through books, but through the way they looked at mountains, the way they held silence when naming lost villages. The Ottoman Empire, once the great drum of power across 3 continents, was now breathing shallowly. Its armies were thin, its officials corrupt, its borders a slow crumble. Reforms had been promised, but they came like late rain, uncertain and too little. In Constantinople, the capital watched the provinces slip away not in a rush, but like thread from an old coat, one fibre at a time. In distant towns where Turkish governors still raised flags, those flags were no longer feared. Resentment no longer whispered. It spoke. It taught children. It painted walls when no one was looking. But even resentment was patient. It waited not for revenge, but for timing. In Sofia, Belgrade, Athens and Cetinje, time felt different. It was loud in the chest, even if quiet on the streets. Young officers polished boots they had not yet marched in. Poets wrote verses that read like military orders. Priests and politicians spoke the same words, though from different pulpits. It was a shared feeling, though not always a shared aim. Unity was an idea, not yet a fact, but everyone knew, without saying it, that something would come. Not tomorrow, not perhaps even this year, but it would come, and when it did, it would not be brief. For now, however, peace held its shape. Trains still ran. Markets opened. Bread was broken between neighbors. And in fields across the Balkans, the wheat stood tall, unaware that it would soon be flattened under artillery and ash. Children played near old fortress walls that had once seen blood, but now wore moss like forgetfulness. Grandmothers still sang songs that carried the old rhythms of empire, even if they had forgotten the meanings of the words. Carts rolled through villages slowly, pulled by horses that had not yet known war. But the borderlands had grown observant. Fence posts were counted more carefully. Uniforms were stitched in greater numbers, and songs sung at night grew bolder in tone. The silence was not of peace. It was of preparation. You who are listening now, gently, quietly, perhaps with your eyes already growing heavy, we love you. Truly, this story is for you, for your rest, for your knowing, for your trust. Before we begin the story, tell us, where in the world are you watching from, and what time is it there? Now grab your coffee, and let's get started. The crowns worn across the Balkans were not made of gold alone. They were woven with memory, pride, and quiet hunger. kings sat not only on thrones, but at the edge of dreams their people had never fully let go of. Bulgaria, recently independent, had a ruler who read history like scripture. Tsar Ferdinand, proud and restless, saw himself not merely as a monarch but as a sculptor of borders. He studied maps the way others studied stars. He whispered to diplomats in Vienna and Berlin, and listened when they whispered back. His palace was quiet, but inside it, the future was being carved with soft hands. Bulgaria's wounds from past wars had not closed. They had hardened into purpose. What had been lost would be retaken. What had been taken would be made Bulgarian again. In Serbia, King Peter was older, but no less determined. He ruled a land still grieving from uprisings, still aching with the bruises of Ottoman rule. His people did not forget, and neither did he. Serbia's soul lived in its songs and in its silence. Young men sang of Kosovo like it had happened yesterday. The kingdom looked south, toward Macedonia, toward lands it claimed as its own. Lands that were not empty, but filled with people who remembered other names. Serbia's military was small, but it drilled hard. Officers read newspapers from Paris and memorized Russian tactics. The army was not just a tool, it was a mirror of national ambition. Montenegro, proud and mountain-bound, had fewer soldiers but deeper memory. It had fought off empires before, using rocks and fog and faith. Its ruler, Prince Nicholas, dreamed in centuries. He saw himself not as small but as eternal. He spoke of independence, not like a moment, but like a birthright. Every valley in Montenegro had once been a battlefield. Every stone, a monument. When larger nations spoke, Montenegro listened and remembered who they had once been. Greece, with its coasts and shadows of old glory, had its own story to reclaim. King George, though born a Danish prince, walked carefully through Greek politics, and behind him, Prime Minister Venizelos, brilliant, sharp, deliberate, watched the Balkans as a chessboard. The islands, the Aegean, the cities in Macedonia, they were more than claims. They were echoes. Greece's military reforms had been swift, guided by foreign advisors and local resolve. The army that once stumbled now marched with steel in its spine. But ambition alone did not start wars. It waited for weakness in others. And the Ottoman Empire was weak. Its loss in Libya to Italy in 1911 had exposed the cracks. Its officers argued more than they obeyed. Its distant provinces whispered of revolt. The Young Turks, who had once promised reform, now ruled with suspicion. And across the Balkans, the rulers listened. They met behind closed doors, spoke in the language of old grievances, and planned in the name of unity. But unity in the Balkans was not peace. It was strategy. Each crown saw a different future, but each saw it with blood. Treaties were drawn not in celebration, but in calculation. Bulgaria, Serbia, Greece, and Montenegro would soon call themselves a league, but only because they believed war would come. Not because they all wanted the same thing, but because they all wanted something now. In the villages, the people did not yet know. They still brought baskets to market. They still sang lullabies. But above them, in capitals and courts, ambition stretched like an unseen hand across borders. The air grew thinner, and soon it would burn. Maps did not speak, but they held secrets. Their lines looked still, but they moved in the minds of those who watched them. In embassies, in royal drawing rooms, in candlelit libraries where generals traced roads with fingertips, the Balkans were being redrawn in silence, not yet by force but by thought. And thoughts have weight, especially when carried by kings and ministers. The Ottoman map still covered much of the region, but its hold was fraying. Cities that once bowed quietly now hesitated. Officials sent orders, but fewer answered. The empire's edges had begun to curl inward like paper left too long near flame. In Belgrade, Sofia, Athens and Cetinje, new maps were imagined, not sketched, not yet published, but passed between trusted hands. Macedonia, Thrace, Epirus, places not empty, but rich with heritage, fields, rivers, and people who had learned to survive no matter which flag flew above them. These were the lands that waited to be claimed again, but claimed by whom? That was the question no one asked aloud. Each government whispered to its neighbor of shared history, brotherhood, common cause. But behind each whisper was a second voice, one that asked how much could be gained and at what cost. This was not betrayal, not yet. It was curiosity sharpened into calculation. Ambassadors met with furrowed brows and left with folded promises. Words like coordination and liberation drifted from lips that knew they would one day mean division. Russia watched from a distance, closer than it appeared. To the Slavic nations of the Balkans, it was a brother, a sponsor, a looming shape of hope. Russia encouraged unity. It spoke of defense, of liberation from Ottoman chains. But behind that encouragement was quiet strategy. A Balkan League could weaken the Ottomans without Russia ever lifting a sword. It was influence purchased in silence. In Petrograd, maps of the Balkans were redrawn, not with red ink, but with blue, cold and controlled. Austria-Hungary, meanwhile, grew uneasy. It saw the stirrings of nationalism with the eyes of an aging empire that had too many nations of its own. Serbs, Croats, Romanians, and others lived under its crown. And they watched Serbia with longing. If war came and Serbia grew stronger, that strength might bleed across Austria's borders. Vienna did not want war in the Balkans, but it wanted a strong Serbia even less. So it warned, it frowned, it prepared, just in case. The Ottoman Empire, bruised from Italy's invasion of Libya, turned its eyes inward. It reformed its military too late. It trusted its reach too much. It relied on names, on cities, forts and roads, as if their presence on a map meant they were still its own. But maps lie, or rather, they age. They become echoes instead of reflections. In cafes and barracks, young men debated what was to come. They pointed to regions they had never seen, calling them ours. Poets recited lines about rivers that had not run under their own flag in centuries. Schoolchildren learned history through borders that no longer existed. The past was being folded into the future, and the present felt thin. The maps, once silent, began to murmur. Each corner of the region pulsed with decisions not yet made but deeply felt. Somewhere beneath the mountains and rivers, an old world was loosening. A new one pressed forward, not cleanly, not gently, but with the slow friction of ambition meeting memory. No shot had been fired, no soldier had marched, but already the ground was moving, not beneath boots, but beneath names. And when names begin to shift, borders are never far behind. It begins quietly, as all deep tensions do. Not with shouting, not with marches, but with a glance held a moment too long, a trade delayed, a rider turned away at a checkpoint that never used to exist. In the Balkans, where towns nestle close and histories overlap like tangled roots, the watching began long before the fighting. Bulgaria watched Serbia, Serbia watched Greece, Greece watched Bulgaria, and Montenegro, small, enduring, watched them all. Each nation had signed papers, shaken hands, raised glasses, but trust never arrived with the ink. The idea of a league was real. On the surface, there was unity. Military attachés exchanged notes. Commanders held meetings in safe, neutral rooms. Coordinated plans were drafted. Who would strike where, how supplies would move, how territory would be held. They called it alliance. They called it brotherhood. But the agreements were thin fabric stretched over stone. Serbia saw Macedonia as its birthright, a region tied to its medieval heart, spoken of in epic poetry, claimed in the minds of generals and school teachers alike. Bulgaria saw the same land not as claimed, but promised. Promised by agreements made in secret with Russia's nod. Promised by history as Bulgarians saw it. The very same fields, the same villages, the same rivers bore the weight of overlapping dreams. Neither nation believed it would need to share. Greece had its eyes on the Aegean coast. Thessaloniki, glittering and vital, pulled at Greek hopes like the tide. But Thessaloniki also mattered to Bulgaria and to Serbia. The closer war came, the more that gaze hardened into calculation. Plans made in alliance began to feel like warnings instead. Montenegro, oldest in memory and smallest in reach, moved quickly to show commitment. It would be the first to declare war, to lead the League into action. But even it wondered how long this union would hold. Beneath the talk of liberation was the quiet understanding that once the Ottomans fell, the question would not be who was free, but who controlled the freed. In marketplaces across the region, ordinary people sensed the shift. A baker in Skopje might sell bread to men speaking 3 languages and hear 3 versions of the same future. A teacher in Bitola might change his curriculum depending on who visited his town that week. Identity became sharper. People began to choose. Not out loud, not always willingly, but in the way they taught their children, the way they hung their laundry, the way they greeted their neighbors. Old friendships strained. A fence that once marked simple pasture now hinted at nation. Stories were retold, not to heal, but to claim. Across the hills, armies drilled, horses were shod, uniforms pressed. But the real preparation was in the eyes. Every Balkan state believed its ally would one day become its rival, and that belief shaped every move. When neighbors begin to watch each other instead of the horizon becomes quieter. That silence can feel like calm, but it is not. It is a breath held too long. Across the region, that breath now filled every valley, every capital. The Ottoman Empire was still the target, but already the Balkan League had begun to turn inward, not with words, not with weapons, but with worry. Soon, all promises would be tested, but for now, there was only preparation. The kind done without noise, the kind done behind closed doors, and in that stillness, the storm gathered weight. The Ottoman Empire still stretched across the Balkans like an aging shadow, faded at the edges, heavy in the middle. Its presence was not just in forts or flags, but in memory. For 5 centuries, its rhythms shaped the land. Taxes collected in Turkish, judgments made under domes, prayers rising at times foreign to the bells of the church. But now, the empire's hold was brittle. Like an old garment worn too many times, its seams had begun to pull. The Balkans remembered the weight of rule, but now they felt the looseness of it. A generation had risen that no longer bowed when they spoke of Constantinople. For many in the Balkan states, the dream was simple, but each dreamed it differently. Bulgaria envisioned a reuniting of the lands it called ancient, a great arc of territory including Thrace and Macedonia, glowing like an inheritance restored. Serbia's gaze followed the flow of the Morava River south, reaching for Kosovo, Macedonia, and even the shores of the Adriatic. To them, these were not just places. They were pages torn from their story, waiting to be stitched back in. Greece saw the Aegean not as sea, but as a bridge. To Thessaloniki, to Epirus, to the islands and coasts that whispered in Greek even when ruled by others. Montenegro, small but steadfast, dreamed in survival, its ambitions scaled to fit mountains and memory, yet still yearning for a deeper claim. These dreams lived quietly alongside the Ottoman presence, not because of peace, but because of pause. The Ottomans, distracted and frayed, struggled to hold Libya in the west and Yemen in the east. Balkan governors sent fewer reports home. Tax collectors were met with tightened fists. Armies arrived late or not at all. The center no longer reached the edge. But dreams, when they grow close to each other, begin to press. The same valley might be claimed by 3 flags. The same church might be prayed in 3 tongues. The same village might swear allegiance to one king, and then another, depending on the week. And still, the empire watched, trying to hold its form through bureaucracy and delay. Reforms came, but not fast enough. The Young Turk movement, once filled with promise and modern breath, had settled into power like old rulers before them. The people in the provinces wanted voice. Instead, they received slogans. Ethnic lines were not respected. They were erased. In place of belonging, there was pressure. In place of dignity, suspicion. Albanian uprisings, Bulgarian resistance, Serbian protests, all signs that the Ottoman frame was splintering under the weight of its forgotten subjects. Yet still, the dream of restoring glory lived within Constantinople too. Ottoman officers spoke of order, of reclaiming control, of reminding the Balkans who held the sword. They prepared battalions, they issued proclamations. But each day, another thread slipped loose. In the capitals of the Balkan states, the time for dreaming began to turn into planning. Leaders spoke softly, but thought sharply. The Ottoman shadow was fading, and beneath it, a map waited to be remade. Not just in the name of history, but in the hunger for power, protection, and presence. What the empire held was not just land, it was longing. Longing pressed between mountains. Longing that had learned to wait, but not forever. And in that waiting, something older than rebellion began to rise. The words were written, carefully, passed from one capital to another like folded glass. Treaties were signed with ceremony and caution, the ink still wet when doubts began to form. Bulgaria and Serbia led the way, tying their hopes to each other with language that spoke of cooperation, of shared war aims, of division after victory. But between every line was a pause. Between every sentence, a silence too loud to ignore. The agreement named the Ottoman Empire as the enemy, but did not speak clearly of what would happen once that enemy was gone. The word said joint occupation, but both sides imagined ownership. Russia, acting as the quiet hand behind the curtain, pushed for unity. It encouraged the formation of a league, whispered reassurances, promised balance. To Serbia, it spoke of friendship. To Bulgaria, it offered maps and support. But even Russian eyes could not see how fragile the alliance would become. The Balkan League was a circle drawn with unsteady chalk. It looked full from afar, but cracked beneath each footstep. Montenegro joined quickly, its ambitions smaller, its position firmer. It trusted less in treaties and more in tradition. Its loyalty was not blind, but it was direct. Greece came last, reluctant, calculating, watching the others closely. Greece had fought the Ottomans before, and lost. This time, it demanded promises. Thessaly, Epirus, the islands, all needed to be acknowledged as aims. Bulgaria hesitated. Greece insisted. They signed, but the paper carried weight that neither side fully accepted. There was no master agreement among all four. Each pair dealt separately, privately. Each saw alliance not as shared purpose, but shared timing. They would strike together, not because they were one, but because it was convenient. Behind closed doors, every leader kept a second plan. The promises they made were narrow. They agreed on how to fight. They agreed on when to begin, but they did not agree on how to end. Macedonia, rich, contested, adored by poets and eyed by soldiers, sat at the heart of every silent suspicion. Serbia claimed the north, Bulgaria the south. Greece wanted the west. None wanted to give ground. Each believed it would act fastest, strike hardest, reach first. Each imagined planting its flag before the others could arrive. Military leaders held joint discussions, but trust did not follow. Serbian generals shared only what they had to. Bulgarian officers wrote reports that left out details. Greek command worried about Bulgarian maneuvers. Even as war was planned together, everyone listened for footsteps behind them. And beneath the high strategy, the people heard fragments. They heard that something was coming, that alliances had formed, that unity would bring freedom. Villagers prayed for the fall of the empire. Merchants prepared for borders to shift. Families whispered old names for towns, waiting for them to return. But they did not hear the doubts. Those stayed in the palaces, in the war rooms, in the handwritten notes sent by trusted riders. The promises were made, the treaties sealed. The world looked to the Balkans and saw unity. But inside that unity was tension. Inside that hope was fear. The kind of fear that keeps the sword near the bed. The kind that speaks politely in public, but grips tight beneath the table. The League had formed. The Ottomans would soon be tested. But even in the hour of greatest cooperation, the Balkan states were already watching each other with wary eyes. Because in war, allies can be temporary, but ambition always stays. History is not always told in books. Sometimes it wakes in the voices of children repeating old names. Sometimes it moves through halls, in government chambers, in schools, in barracks, where past defeats are remembered not to mourn, but to prepare. In the early years of the 20th century, nationalism in the Balkans was not loud. It was steady. It filled the spaces between facts. It reshaped the way people looked at hills, at rivers, at each other. In Serbia, classrooms echoed with stories of medieval glory. The Battle of Kosovo, though fought centuries ago, lived like a wound that had never closed. Children learned the names of kings who had died, not as ancient figures, but as fathers. Teachers spoke of lost territories as if they were rooms in a house abandoned during a storm. In government halls, ministers nodded to the past as if it sat beside them. The pain of Ottoman rule became a tool not only to remember, but to shape. Nationalism was not taught. It was breathed. Bulgaria too walked its corridors of memory. The dream of San Stefano, a greater Bulgaria, drawn up after the Russo-Turkish War but never realized, haunted every map, every military briefing. Though that treaty had been overwritten by the Congress of Berlin, its borders lingered in Bulgarian minds. The loss felt personal. Cities now inside Macedonia were spoken of as kin, waiting to be returned. Flags were stitched with longing, and even silence in the countryside carried a sense of destination, a future that would fix the past. In Greece, nationalism carried layers. It tied itself to the ancient world, to Byzantine memory, to Hellenic pride. The Greek language became more than speech. it became proof. Proof that a land was Greek, that a people belonged. The islands in the Aegean, the mountains of Epirus, the wide streets of Thessaloniki. All were places that still whispered in Greek, no matter whose rule they lived under. Nationalism here was not always shouted. It was dressed in pride. It held itself with poise. But it did not forget. Montenegro, smaller in size, carried nationalism like armor. Its people had fought off Ottomans for generations. Each victory had become a family story. Each resistance, a part of the landscape. Their nationalism was born of survival, of not being erased. Theirs was not a nationalism that reached far beyond their borders, but one that held tightly to what had already been earned. Across the Balkans, the language of us and them became clearer. Ottoman rule was the them, but so too were those who claimed the same land. Nationalism gave purpose, but it also sharpened borders that had once been softer. Villages with mixed names, families that spoke two languages. They found themselves being asked to choose, to declare, to belong. The Ottoman Empire, sensing the rise of this force, tried to quiet it. Through censorship, through military presence, through reforms that came too late. But nationalism does not vanish under pressure. It hides, it waits. And in the Balkans, it waited with growing clarity. Newspapers printed patriotic songs. Poets were quoted in parliaments. Military uniforms stitched national symbols more carefully. A sense of destiny grew, not slow, but steady, as if history had been sleeping and now opened its eyes. The halls of government across the Balkans began to echo not with caution, but with conviction. The past would not remain the past, and the flags that flew now were not enough. There were still places where wrong flags waved, still places where memory was stronger than policy, and soon those memories would begin to move. The borderlands were quiet, but never still. Here, where empires met and shifted, where dialects overlapped and bloodlines tangled, people had learned to live between names. In the hills of Macedonia, in the valleys of Thrace, along the ragged edge of Epirus, the flags changed, but the soil stayed. The people here were watchers. They had seen armies come and go, had been told to swear loyalty to one crown, then another. They knew how to wait, how to nod without speaking too much. And now, as the Balkan capitals filled with plans and treaties, the borderlands began to whisper again. Not in declarations, in gestures, in roads watched more closely, in rumors that skipped from village to village, carried by merchants, by priests, by the rhythm of carts on gravel paths. Men gathered not to fight, but to listen. Old rifles were oiled in barns. Children were told to run indoors when strangers passed, and women, who knew the signs better than most, began to cook more carefully, to pack bread differently, to keep coins hidden under the floorboards. They had seen the before. They sensed the after. Bands of armed men began to appear again. Chetas, irregulars, partisans, who called themselves liberators depending on which side of the ridge they favored. Some waved Bulgarian flags. Others claimed loyalty to Serbia or Greece. Some wore no uniform at all, just the confidence of knowing a cause. They moved through forests at night, visited villages for food and news, then vanished. The Ottomans, stretched thin, could not always stop them. They arrested some, they punished others. But the mountains were deep, and the loyalties deeper. In Bitola, in Skopje, in the plains near the Vardar River, identity itself became a fragile thing. One family spoke Serbian at the table, but Bulgarian in prayer. Another hung icons like their neighbors, but sent letters written in Greek. Identity here was not fixed. It was chosen, protected, shaped by history and fear, and who offered the most protection this season. But even choices made in silence became louder now. Men were asked which side they would fight for. Women were asked where their brothers lived. The Ottoman officials, sensing the tremor, tried to hold control. They issued new orders. They sent more patrols. But they knew. The empire's reach in the borderlands had become a performance. Uniforms without weight, authority without loyalty. Some Ottoman governors tried to negotiate, to offer reforms, to ease tensions. Others ruled with suspicion. Neither approach brought quiet. Religious leaders began to speak more sharply. The Greek Orthodox Church in some regions leaned into Greek identity more firmly. Bulgarian exarchs did the same. Mosques grew quieter, not because fewer prayed, but because fear hung in the doorways. People prayed for peace, but packed for flight. And so the whisper became wind. Across the hills and narrow paths, something old stirred, a readiness, a bracing. No one declared war yet, but everyone knew the ground was shifting, not quickly, not openly, but undeniably. In the borderlands, where war always arrived first and left last, they did not wait for the newspapers to tell them. They read the trees. They listened to the changes in a neighbor's voice. They watched who passed and how quickly, and they began quietly to prepare. Because when nations dream in capitals, it is the borderlands that bleed first, and the whisper in the Balkans now said, soon. The decision, when it came, was not shouted. It did not fall like thunder. It spread like dry heat across stone, slow, unrelenting, without apology. On October 8, 1912, Montenegro moved first. Its declaration of war on the Ottoman Empire was brief, firm, and final. No metaphors, no excuses. The message was simple. The waiting was over. The words came from Cetinje, but the signal rang far beyond. Serbia, Bulgaria, and Greece followed within days, each mobilizing not with hesitation, but with a clarity they had been rehearsing for years. Mobilization in the Balkans did not look like parades or brass bands. It looked like wheat left unharvested, like mothers packing scarves into sons' coats. It looked like men kissing doorframes as they left, unsure of when or if they would return. The railways, newly built and narrow in reach, filled quickly. Troop trains packed tight with conscripts moved like veins toward the front. Horses were taken from farms. Bells rang not for weddings or saints, but for orders. Bulgaria moved with purpose. Its army, trained by European officers and larger than any of its neighbors, began to flow toward Thrace. Over 300,000 troops moved with eerie precision. Field hospitals were prepared. Ammunition was counted again and again. For Bulgaria, this was not only war, it was redemption, a chance to fulfill the map imagined in San Stefano, to take Adrianople, to plant its colors deep in Ottoman soil. Serbia's mobilization was faster than expected. The army, though smaller, had learned from past failures. Officers were younger now, sharper, more confident. Volunteers flooded in, men from Bosnia, from Montenegro, from the far north. They came not only for the fight, but for the cause. Macedonia, Kosovo, names spoken like prayers, now turning into targets. Serbia aimed west and south, preparing to strike at Pristina and Skopje, both still under Ottoman rule, but claimed in every Serbian classroom. Greece moved from its coasts and into the shadowed north. Its army had once stumbled, but now marched with new boots, new guns, and a sharper strategy. Venizelos, the prime minister, had worked carefully to prepare this moment. Thessaloniki was the prize, a port that would reshape Greece's standing. But Greece knew it must move fast. The others wanted it too. Montenegro struck first at the fortress of Plav and the Ottoman garrisons in the Sanjak. Its army was small but resolute. Prince Nicholas did not wait for full coordination. He wanted to light the fire, to show that even the smallest crown had weight. His men knew the hills. They moved not with fear, but with familiarity. There was no turning back. The guns had begun. The orders were given. Mobilization swept across the Balkans like a second wind. Not chaotic, but driven. Governments posted updates on walls. Telegrams flew between capitals. Field generals held final briefings. The Balkan League had become a fact, not in treaties, but in movement. The Ottoman Empire, caught off guard, scrambled to respond. Reinforcements were pulled from distant provinces. Reserves were called up. But the empire was tired. Libya had drained it. The army was scattered, its leadership splintered. Orders came late, supplies were short, yet the empire did not collapse. Not yet. It gathered itself with the strength of something too old to fall quickly. The first flames of conflict burned quietly at first. A border outpost shelled. A patrol vanished. A flag lowered in the night. But beneath these signs, the war had begun. And it would not stay quiet for long. The roads no longer carried stories. They carried soldiers. Boots instead of laughter. Rifles instead of instruments. Across the Balkans, the quiet paths that once led to markets and churches became arteries of movement. Columns of men, wrapped in coarse uniforms and hope, moved south and east, their eyes on lands they had never seen but always heard about. Villages along the way emptied in awe or fear. Children lined fences, staring. Mothers stood still in doorways, hands clasped without words. The sound of footsteps, thousands at a time, became the new wind. Bulgaria's forces moved with the weight of preparation. Roads through the Rhodope mountains narrowed their lines, but not their will. The First and Second Armies advanced toward Thrace, aiming to strike Ottoman defences near Kirk-Kilis and Adrianople. The terrain was harsh, the nights already turning cold, but the soldiers kept marching, fueled by more than rations. These were not mercenaries. They believed in the cause, in the border, in the idea that land lost generations ago could be taken back with enough courage. Serbia's armies split into 3 columns. One toward Kosovo, to take what was seen as sacred. Another toward Macedonia, where cities like Skopje and Kumanovo waited. The third toward the west, to secure access to the Adriatic. They moved through familiar lands, but with new orders. The people welcomed them, in Serbian, in Albanian, in silence. Some offered bread, others offered guarded eyes. These places had lived under many rulers. They knew how to smile without choosing a side. Greek troops disembarked at stations and marched northward. Thessaloniki was days away, but the roads wound through resistance. Ottoman garrisons still held key passes. The Greek army, modernized but still stretched, relied on speed. Each town passed became a step closer to the coast that had never truly left their dreams. Behind the lines, naval vessels took positions across the Aegean. Islands watched the horizon, wondering if their turn would come. Montenegro's paths were thinner, but the resolve was no less. Its soldiers knew the curves of the mountains better than any map. They moved not just with guns, but with memory of older wars, older sacrifices. Ottoman watchtowers that once looked down with dominance now stood uncertain, their signals late, their warnings ignored. The roads had become full, not with life, but with preparation for death. Convoys brought ammunition. Wagon wheels creaked under supplies. Field kitchens tried to keep up. Chaplains walked beside officers. Medics rode near the rear. The men spoke less as they marched farther. The songs grew quieter. The destination grew sharper. Ottoman forces watched, gathered, retreated. Some units fought skirmishes near the border. Others fell back to defensive lines. The empire still had strength, but it no longer knew where to place it. Too many fronts, too many enemies, too little time. The first full battles had not yet begun, but already the land was changing. Trees were cut for trenches. Bridges were reinforced or burned. Town halls emptied, school bells silenced. Every road now carried weight, and every face along the road, whether curious or grieving, knew something was ending. In the evening, campfires flickered like stars brought close. Men wrapped themselves in wool and waited for the first shot, for the first scream, for the next order. They stared at maps drawn by hands that had never walked these fields, and in their silence, the roads remained heavy, not with memory, not yet, but with men who would soon become it. The silence ended without ceremony. It shattered in the hills near Kirk Kilis, where Bulgarian guns opened fire against Ottoman positions. Not a trumpet, not a shout, just the crack of artillery, rolling across the plain like thunder torn from the earth. The first real battle of the Balkan Wars had begun, and with it came the shift from waiting to bleeding. The town, once known for its quiet mosques and vineyards, became a symbol of something new. A battlefield where paper treaties and long-held grudges turned into smoke. Bulgarian troops advanced quickly, their uniforms dusted in travel, their eyes already fixed on Adrianople. Kirk Kilis fell faster than anyone had predicted. Ottoman defences buckled under the weight of surprise and confusion. Some units resisted bravely. Others fell back, unsure if orders still held meaning. For the Bulgarian army, the victory was not just strategic, it was emotional. The empire that had once ruled them had now lost its grip on a key city. The silence of occupation was broken by new footsteps. Farther west, near Kumanovo, Serbian and Ottoman forces met with less clarity. The battle raged over hills and across the bare fields between. Rain fell in sheets, turning the ground to clay. Serbian troops, marching south from Nis, collided with Ottoman forces who had hastily fortified positions around the town. For 2 days, the clash surged and retreated as rifles cracked and bayonets found purpose. The Ottomans had numbers, but their coordination faltered. The Serbian army, smaller and more focused, pushed forward with bitter resolve. They spoke of Kosovo between shots. They sang during the lulls. Officers passed through the ranks on foot, not with speeches, but with nods. When victory came, it was not loud. The Ottomans withdrew under cover of night. Kumanovo was taken. The dead were counted at dawn. Greece, advancing in the south, faced resistance near Sarantaporo, a narrow pass flanked by steep ridges and guarded by Ottoman artillery. The terrain favoured the defenders, but Greek forces, determined to break through to Thessaloniki, advanced through the fire. Infantry moved through gullies. Scouts marked trails by hand. The battle stretched over days, not hours. Greek officers coordinated with care. Losses were taken quietly. Orders were whispered more than shouted. In the end, the pass was won. The Ottomans withdrew, leaving behind guns and wounded. Greek troops, bloodied but not broken, moved forward. The path to Thessaloniki had begun to open. Montenegro, though small in scale, saw its own first flames. Near Bahrain and Plav, Ottoman garrisons resisted, but were slowly surrounded. Montenegrin forces, led by men who knew the ridges by name, pressed in with mountain-born precision. Their victories were less discussed, but no less real. Every front now burned. The Ottoman Empire tried to regroup, but each day brought new losses. The Balkan League, fractured in spirit but united in purpose, had moved faster than expected. Each state fought under its own flag. Each sought its own prize. But in those first weeks of conflict, their momentum was shared. For the soldiers, the fear had turned to rhythm. March, fire, advance. For the civilians, the war was no longer rumor. It arrived in smoke, in bodies, in silence broken not just by guns, but by the sound of horses dragging the wounded behind the lines. The war had begun. The borders would not hold. And with each sunrise, another town changed hands. Not with joy, not always with resistance, but always with cost. The sky changed color in those early days of war, not just from the shifting seasons, but from the smoke that rose steadily, hour by hour, from fields and fortresses alike. Gunpowder left its scent in the air, sharp, metallic, unmistakable. Villages that once saw birds in flight now watched the curl of ash and the shape of columns moving through the distance. Fear settled not just in the hearts of soldiers, but in the soil. It became part of the land, carried by wind, by rumor, by the silence that followed every burst of gunfire. In Thrace, the roads to Adrianople were choked with sound. The rhythm of boots, the clatter of supply carts, the cough of distant cannon. The Bulgarian advance had quickened. Victory at Kirkkilis had opened a path, but it also opened a wound. Ottoman forces pulled back, attempting to regroup near Adrianople, a city both symbolic and strategic. Its walls, once a sign of empire, now braced for siege. Civilians inside lit lamps during the day. They listened for the next round, the next impact, the next decision that might mean evacuation or death. Adrianople would not fall quickly. It would resist. It would suffer. And the sky above it would grow darker with each passing week. Bulgarian artillery took position. Engineers mapped the rivers. Generals reviewed maps stained with rain and dust. The siege had begun, not loudly, but thoroughly. In Macedonia, the air was no less thick. Serbian forces, moving south after their victory at Kumanovo, advanced toward Monastir. The Ottomans, knowing they could not match strength with strength, fought delaying battles, burned bridges, and retreated through fields now soaked with October rain. Peasants abandoned their homes in the path of both armies. Entire families moved at dusk, carrying icons, goats, bread wrapped in cloth. No one trusted the uniforms, regardless of the flag. The war was no longer about armies. It was about direction. Who was coming? How soon? Would they stay? Greek troops pressed farther north, navigating the rugged slopes toward Thessaloniki. The closer they came, the harder the resistance. Ottoman forces, though reduced, still fought with desperation. Thessaloniki mattered too much. Its port was not just a city, but a gateway. For Greece, capturing it first meant honor. For Bulgaria, arriving second meant frustration. Both moved toward it, like stars in slow collision. The civilians within waited, not to celebrate but to endure. They boarded, windows. They packed belongings into silence. They knew that whoever entered first would write history, but whoever entered next might rewrite it again. Montenegro, locked in its mountainous campaign, faced harsh cold and hard resistance. The siege of Scutari had begun. The Ottomans there were well dug in, the terrain favoring their defense. Montenegrin forces, brave and persistent, found each day heavier than the last. Snow threatened the passes. Supplies came late. Still, they held the lines. Each night brought account of the fallen, names whispered before sleep. And across the region, the fear spread. Not just the fear of death, but of what came after. Occupation, retaliation, separation. Old neighbors looked at each other through new eyes. Who had helped which army? Who had spoken too freely? Houses once shared between identities now flew flags at dusk. The Balkan sky, once open and cold, had grown lower, as if the smoke itself pressed the heavens down toward the earth. A war that had started in declarations now continued in silence, in broken doors, in empty wells, in eyes that did not meet. Above it all, the smoke drifted, slowly, quietly, without mercy. Bulgaria marched at the front, but never alone. Its armies moved with purpose, not rushed, not reckless, but with the weight of planning shaped over years. The victories at Kirkkalis and Lüleburgaz had lit the path, but it was not just speed that carried them forward. It was belief, a quiet, firm belief that this moment belonged to them, that the war was not only a fight for territory, but a return to identity, to dignity, to a place long claimed but never fully held. More than 300,000 Bulgarian troops now pressed deep into Thrace. 3 main armies swept southward, each with its own route, its own commands, its own pressure points. The first army moved through the center, tasked with facing the Ottoman heart of resistance near Çorlu and Adrianople. The second army, in coordination with Serbian detachments, focused on the siege already tightening around Adrianople itself. The third army headed southeast, clearing roads, securing flanks, keeping Ottoman reinforcements from cutting behind. But this was not a march of celebration. It was a march of burden. The roads were longer than expected. The Ottoman retreat had not broken. It had thickened. Trenches appeared in unexpected places. Resistance was often brief but bitter. The Bulgarian troops dug in, advanced again, then paused. Each pause was marked with graves. Officers kept journals. They wrote not of triumph, but of weariness. The land they walked had welcomed no one in centuries. Still, the League held. Though separate in leadership, the armies communicated. Messages traveled by riders, by wire, by word of mouth. The coordination was imperfect, but it existed. Serbia's victory in the north took pressure off Bulgaria's flank. Greece's movement toward Thessaloniki forced Ottoman troops to divide attention. Montenegro's siege tied up enemy forces that might have reinforced elsewhere. The Bulgarian press at home wrote of glory, of sons advancing, of enemy banners torn down. But the truth was quieter. The weather turned colder. Supplies grew thin. Food moved slower than the front. Wounded men waited for wagons that never arrived. Morale remained steady, not because conditions were good, but because purpose still burned. In Sofia, Tsar Ferdinand watched closely. He had gambled on this war. He had staked not just his reign, but the shape of Bulgaria itself. Adrianople was the prize. To take it would be to fulfill the map imagined decades earlier. It would be to stand not just as a Balkan nation, but as a power. He sent orders. He requested updates. He studied maps late into the night, eyes tracing rivers and elevation lines like veins of fate. And all around, though not always visible, the others moved too. Serbian observers joined Bulgarian staff. Greek commanders watched from the south, noting every gain. Though the alliance had begun as cooperation, it now began to tilt toward rivalry. The faster Bulgaria moved, the more the others looked on with caution. Yet none could deny that in these early weeks, Bulgaria led the march, not only in distance covered, but in battles engaged. The Ottoman forces were bruised, but not gone. They regrouped closer to Constantinople, waiting, building lines near Çatalca, the final barrier before the capital itself. The Bulgarian troops approached this line with caution. This was no longer countryside. This was defense prepared with desperation. Still, they marched, not alone, but ahead. And with each step, the stakes grew heavier. This was no longer about victory. It was about legacy. And every mile they covered was a mile deeper into history. Serbia did not look back. Its armies, hardened by years of preparation and the deep memory of past loss, moved south with a clarity that came not from maps, but from myth. They were not chasing conquest. They were returning to something they believed had always been theirs. Kosovo, Macedonia. Names that lived in lullabies, in church walls, in the stones beneath boots that now marched steadily toward them. After victory at Kumanovo, the Serbian army advanced with speed. The Ottomans had fallen back, disorganized and stretched. Monastir lay ahead, a city claimed not just by geography, but by generations of longing. The First Army, under General Putnik, led the charge. Troops crossed rivers swollen with autumn rain. Bridges were rebuilt as fast as they were burned. Villages along the route offered cautious greetings. Some cheered, some watched in silence. The battle for Monastir began without warning. Ottoman forces, regrouped and determined, dug trenches and fortified hills. The defense was stubborn. Serbian artillery pounded the ridges day and night, the sound echoing across open fields that had once been pastures. The advance stalled, then moved, then stalled, again. The soldiers spoke little. Their feet bled, their uniforms soaked through in rain and sweat. But they pressed forward, not with shouts, but with resolve. The ghosts of Kosovo, the shame of earlier defeats, the centuries of foreign rule, all of it marched with them. When Monastir finally fell, the silence that followed was thick. Churches rang their bells, a flag was raised, and then the wounded were counted. Elsewhere, Serbian columns advanced through Prizren, Gilan, and toward Skopje. Each town carried history. Each valley had once heard different languages. Now they heard Serbian again. But the re-entry was not without tension. Ottoman rule had lasted centuries. The region was mixed: Serbs, Albanians, Bulgarians, Muslims, Christians. The army came as liberators in their own eyes, but not every door opened with joy. The political leadership in Belgrade followed the military gains with care. Serbia's vision extended to the Adriatic. A port would mean independence from Austria-Hungary, a path to sea and trade. The advance toward Durrës began, cautiously. But Austria watched with sharp eyes. Warnings were sent. Diplomats shifted in their chairs. The great empires of Europe felt the tremble in the Balkans. Still, Serbia pushed forward. It held its captured territory with a mix of pride and pressure. Schools were reopened, new officials installed, but beneath each move lay the quiet question: how long would this last? What would come after the fighting? Would the people accept the new flag as their own, or only as a visitor? The soldiers, for their part, thought less of politics. They slept in barns, in forests, in trenches half filled with water. They carried letters in their coats and photographs in their shirts. The further they moved, the less they sang. But their steps did not slow. Behind them, the capital celebrated. Newspapers spoke of victory, of unity, of lands returned. But in the field, the officers knew the truth. The hardest part was not winning the ground. It was keeping it. And so, Serbia marched northward and southward at once. Northward, toward recognition, toward confrontation with powers far larger than themselves. Southward, into towns where names were whispered with care, and where every victory raised a new question. The flag flew higher now, but the wind that moved it was uneasy. Montenegro did not boast. It moved with the quiet confidence of stone. Its armies were not the largest, nor its cities grand, but its memory stretched back through sieges, through exiles, through winters that had tried and failed to break its people. In this war, Montenegro did not seek glory. It sought survival through strength and a long-delayed correction of borders written by others. For generations, it had looked down from its mountains at lands claimed by the empire. Now, it moved down with purpose. Prince Nicholas, both poet and ruler, had been the first to act. His declaration of war was not a gesture. It was a signal. Montenegro would strike first, not to lead the League in theory, but to show that size did not determine resolve. Its troops crossed into Ottoman-held territory with discipline shaped by terrain. They did not need long roads or wide plains. They knew every ridge, every stream that cut through the north of Albania and into the contested districts of Plav, Gusinje, and the approaches to Scutari. The early battles were intimate, brutal, and cold. The Ottoman forces in the region were familiar with the land but spread thin. Montenegrin troops struck garrisons with speed and local support. Clashes erupted in wooded valleys, not large enough to be named on foreign maps, but known by the families who had buried ancestors there. Then came the siege of Scutari. It was not a quick campaign. The city, nestled near the lake and guarded by strong walls, became a test not only of military strength, but of patience. Ottoman defenders, commanded by Hasan Riza Pasha, were determined. They had supplies. They had discipline. They did not yield. Montenegro laid its lines around the city like a tightening hand. Trenches were dug. Hills were fortified. Reinforcements trickled in, not in vast numbers, but steadily. Prince Nicholas hoped the siege would draw allies to his aid, but Bulgaria and Serbia were far away, focused on their own fronts. Greece, too, was occupied in the south. Montenegro stood largely alone before Scutari's walls, its soldiers fighting hunger as much as gunfire. Inside the city, the population suffered. Food grew scarce. Windows remained shuttered. Each day brought more silence than sound. The siege wore on. Winter approached. Snow dusted the high passes. Montenegrin soldiers built fires from broken carts. Still they stayed. The prince sent messages across Europe, pleading recognition for Montenegro's sacrifice. He asked that the siege be seen not as ambition, but as endurance. But foreign attention drifted elsewhere, toward Adrianople, toward the rising tension between Serbia and Austria-Hungary. And still, Montenegro did not retreat. Its soldiers sang old songs by moonlight, wrapped in wool and memory. Some wept without sound. Others wrote letters home they knew might not arrive. Yet the siege remained. To the Montenegrin people, this war was not new. It was the continuation of centuries of resistance against empire, against being ignored, against the idea that small meant weak. Every stone placed in a trench, every shot fired towards Scutari, carried more than tactical intent. It carried defiance. The siege would stretch on. The suffering would deepen. But Montenegro's resolve, shaped by cliffs and cold and long memory, would not break. It would stay, as it had always stayed, firm against the wind, certain of its place. Greece moved steadily, eyes fixed on the southern gate. Thessaloniki, the port where so many stories had begun, and where this one now turned. The army had modernized quickly in the years before the war. Under Prime Minister Eleftherios Venizelos, reforms touched every rank, and the military was no longer the fractured force that had stumbled in past campaigns. This time, Greece advanced with structure, with intention, and with a prize so important that every step toward it felt like breath held too long. The Greek First Army, under Crown Prince Constantine, pushed through northern Thessaly and into Ottoman-held Macedonia. The mountains were steep, the passes narrow. The Ottomans defended fiercely at Sarantaporo, where artillery echoed for days in the ridges. But Greek forces, better trained and better supplied than expected, pushed through. Rain turned trails to mud, and yet they advanced. Villagers along the way greeted them with bread, flags, and questions. Was Thessaloniki next? Would they reach it before the others? The clock was always present. Bulgaria, too, was advancing from the northeast. Both nations claimed Thessaloniki not just for strategy, but for history, for trade, for identity. It was a city of layers, Greek, Slavic, Jewish, Turkish, all wrapped along the sea. Whoever arrived first would not just raise a flag, they would shape the future. The Greek army pressed forward with urgency. At Giannitsa, Ottoman troops dug in for one last major defense before Thessaloniki. The battle was wet, drawn out, and punishing. Gunfire rolled over fields that had been farms only weeks before. Artillery thundered. Men fell. But the momentum remained. By late October, Giannitsa fell. The road opened. Then came the approach to Thessaloniki itself. Ottoman command in the city faced impossible odds. Outnumbered, flanked, and surrounded, they negotiated. And on November 8, 1912, Greek forces entered the city. The southern gate had opened. Thessaloniki was theirs. Civilians lined the streets, not all cheering, but watching. The population was mixed, identities layered like the city's own architecture. Greek banners were hung. A new chapter had begun. But the city was not quiet. Days later, Bulgarian troops arrived outside the city. They had moved fast too, through the hills, past Sere, with the same aim. But they had arrived second, and that mattered. Greek command welcomed them formally, even allowed a contingent inside. But tension sat behind every handshake. Greece had taken Thessaloniki first. It was a fact. But Bulgaria did not forget that it had claimed the city in treaties and in expectation. Still, the larger war was not yet over. Greece shifted focus west toward Epirus. The fortress at Ioannina remained in Ottoman hands. The landscape there was harsh, the resistance sharp. Winter set in. Greek forces dug in for what would become a long and painful campaign. At sea, the Greek navy held strong, patrolling the Aegean and securing island after island, Lemnos, Lesbos, Chios. Ottoman ships remained mostly docked, unwilling or unable to challenge the Greek fleet. Control of the sea was quiet, but crucial. Supply lines remained open. Morale stayed high. Venizelos, back in Athens, watched each report with care. For him, this war was more than battle. It was about Greece's place, not only in the region, but in the century to come. He spoke softly, wrote deliberately, and understood the weight of every city taken. Greece had seized the southern gate, but it had done more than that. It had returned to the sea, not just with ships, but with the memory of a past half forgotten. And that memory now carried the flag forward. Autumn settled across the Balkans not as a season, but as a witness. The leaves turned without celebration. The skies dimmed slowly, grey folding into grey. Across hills, rivers, and plains, the world burned, not with wild flames, but with the steady fire of gunpowder and exhaustion. The battlefields of October and November carried names that would echo long after the gunfire stopped. Lüleburgaz, Monastir, Sarantaporo, Janica. They were once towns of trade, of prayer, of quiet. Now they were scars. In Thrace, Bulgaria met the Ottoman army near Lüleburgaz in one of the largest land battles Europe had seen in generations. Over 100,000 men on each side stretched across open country, lines drawn not by walls, but by instinct. The fields, golden only weeks before, were trampled into red clay. The battle lasted more than a week. Bulgarian infantry charged, withdrew, regrouped, and charged again. Ottoman artillery dug in, fired without pause. The ground offered no shelter. There were no hills to hide behind, only the thin hope of timing and the width of a trench. Bulgaria pressed forward, wave by wave, enduring heavy losses. But they advanced, and the Ottoman line bent. Then it broke. The retreat turned disorderly. The road to Çatalca, the last defensive line before Constantinople, lay open. Yet the victory came without celebration. The dead were too many. The wounded lay in rows. Bulgarian commanders sent word home, not with triumph, but with caution. In the west, Serbia reached Monastir after weeks of fighting through rain-soaked fields and stubborn resistance. The Ottomans had fortified well, holding ridges and stone roads. Serbian artillery, lacking the range of its eastern allies, relied on sheer momentum. They pushed through with grit, fighting yard by yard, hill by hill. The final assault into Monastir came in mist, smoke, and silence broken only by rifle cracks. When the city fell, the Serbian flag was raised, but the streets were empty. Civilians had fled or locked themselves inside. Monastir, long contested, was now claimed. But at what cost? Further south, Greek forces had broken through toward Epirus. Ioannina, still held by the Ottomans, stood defiant behind its high walls and natural defences. The Greeks dug trenches, positioned artillery, and prepared for a winter siege. Snow began to fall in the high passes. Troops wrapped themselves in borrowed blankets. Every gun fired became a test of will. The front lines stretched wider each day. The Balkan League was winning, but slowly and with wounds. Roads were clogged not just with soldiers, but with wagons carrying the wounded, the dying, and sometimes the broken-hearted. Farmers returned to find their fields turned into graves. Villages once known for orchards were now burned out. Roofs collapsed, doors torn open by force or fear. And yet the armies kept moving. Montenegro tightened its grip on Scutari. Bulgaria neared the gates of Constantinople. Serbia turned its attention toward the Adriatic, drawing the eye of Austria-Hungary. Greece expanded its hold across the Aegean islands. The world beyond the Balkans began to shift uneasily. Great powers watched. Ambassadors whispered. The League had taken more than territory. It had taken attention. But no one knew yet what shape the fire would take when it reached the edges of empires. For now, the autumn air held the smell of smoke, the taste of iron, the silence of prayers left unfinished. The leaves kept falling, but they no longer landed on quiet ground. Adrianople did not fall easily. It stood behind thick walls, held not only by stone and soldiers, but by history. The city had once been the heart of the Ottoman Empire, long before Constantinople became its crown. Now it was a battlefield, surrounded by silence and sorrow. Bulgarian and Serbian troops ringed it like a tightening belt, but the city did not yield. Inside, life narrowed to need. Food, shelter, hope, all grew thin. The siege had begun in the early weeks of war, but as autumn deepened, it became a different kind of struggle. Bulgarian artillery opened each day with shelling, not to destroy all at once, but to wear the defenders down. Bridges were broken, roads leading out were cut. The river that once brought goods now carried only fragments. In the distance, the guns spoke every few minutes, a rhythm of pressure that did not stop. Even when night came, Serbian detachments supported from the south, reinforcing trenches, aiding in supplies, tightening the grip. The coordination was slow but effective. Commanders exchanged updates. Orders came down from Sofia with precision. Adrianople was not just a city to take, it was a test to pass. Bulgaria had to show that it could overcome more than a battlefield. It had to show it could overcome memory. Inside the city, the Ottoman defenders, under Shukri Pasha, held their positions with discipline and desperation. They rationed food, reinforced weak points, cared for wounded with limited supplies. Civilians, caught between walls and fear, huddled in basements. Bread became scarce, water was hoarded, markets closed. The silence was broken only by the shells and the cries that followed. Winter approached, snow-dusted rooftops that once looked down on festivals and markets. Now they watched nothing but the grey outline of enemy lines. In the churches, prayers continued. In the mosques, the call still rose, thinner now, almost uncertain. Faith held the people upright, even as hunger bent their backs. The Bulgarian High Command considered direct assault, but the walls were strong and the cost would be high. They chose to wait, to surround, to tighten. The siege became a slow breath held too long. Days passed without change, yet each one deepened the wound. Adrianople began to vanish in parts. Streets were abandoned, shops emptied. Entire quarters fell silent. The sound of birds faded, replaced by wind and gunfire. Hospitals overflowed. Doctors worked without rest. Each hour was measured not in minutes, but in lives. Outside, Bulgarian troops endured cold and monotony. Trenches filled with mud. Letters from home arrived late or not at all. Food came in waves, plentiful one day, sparse the next. And yet they remained. They knew the city could not hold forever. It was a question of time, of patience. For the Ottomans, hope came by rumor, that reinforcements might arrive, that Europe might intervene. But no help came. The empire was stretched too thin. The world was too cautious. And so Adrianople stood, surrounded, starving, and slowly slipping towards surrender. The siege did not break it in one blow. It unstitched it, piece by piece. The people inside did not scream. They waited, they whispered, they prayed. Outside, the soldiers did the same. The suffering was not loud. It was steady. And beneath it all, the city remembered what it had once been. They did not choose the war, but it chose them. The civilians caught between the fronts did not wear uniforms. They did not carry rifles or maps, but they carried everything else. Children, blankets, grain in sacks, water in jugs strapped to tired donkeys. Their stories rarely made it into dispatches. Yet theirs were the lives most deeply changed. Between advancing armies and retreating ones, they lived in the narrow space where safety had no direction. In villages scattered across Macedonia, Thrace, and Epirus, people heard the war before they saw it. The rumble of artillery came first, distant like thunder, too regular to be natural. Then came the columns. Sometimes soldiers they recognized, sometimes strangers wearing flags they had only seen on coins. Doors were knocked on, horses were taken, barns emptied. Food disappeared faster than it could be baked. Civilians moved not with plans, but with instinct. South if the army came from the north. West if the road east was cut. Sometimes they simply moved into the forest and waited. Homes became shelters not only for families, but for fear. Children hid beneath tables. Mothers fed babies in silence, listening to the wind for signs of boots. Fathers were taken to dig trenches or carry supplies. Grandparents stayed behind with livestock they couldn't bear to leave. And when the front passed through, it left everything a little smaller. A roof gone, a well spoiled, a name not answered to again. In towns with mixed populations, the war stirred old lines. Neighbours who had shared bread now kept their distance. One family spoke Serbian, another Greek, a third Turkish. All of them locals, all of them changed by the flags that marched in. There were no clear sides for the people, only shifting tides. To greet one army too warmly might bring punishment from the next. To help no one might bring suspicion from all. So they learned to smile carefully, to speak less, to survive. Markets closed or turned into army posts. Schools fell silent. Churches and mosques rang less often. Bread was baked in smaller loaves. Meat disappeared. Illness spread. Typhus, dysentery, the quiet companions of every war. Medicine was rare, and when it arrived, it often went first to the uniformed. Some fled entirely. Long lines of refugees walked for days, crossing borders that did not exist on their maps. They carried what they could: icons, jewelry, flour, sometimes a single family photograph pressed between cloth. Mothers held children whose shoes had fallen apart. Older boys carried tools instead of toys. No one spoke loudly. They looked ahead, even when they didn't know where ahead led. In the cities under siege, Adrianople, Ioannina, Scutari, civilian life narrowed to breath and bread. People cooked with whatever they had. Some dug gardens in courtyards. Others traded silver spoons for sacks of flour. Music disappeared. So did laughter. The war was no longer something happening beyond the hills. It was now in the air they breathed, the walls they leaned against, the sky that no longer promised peace. And still, life went on. Not by strength, but by will. Mothers sang lullabies out of habit. Fathers repaired roofs, even when unsure if they'd stay. Children chased each other between checkpoints. The human need to continue, to wake, to eat, to dream, did not vanish. It simply became quieter. And in that quiet, the civilians waited. For one army to pass, for the next to arrive, for the silence to mean something other than danger. The lines on the maps began to move, not with pencil or ink, but with footsteps, bullets, and quiet surrender. What had once been drawn in conference rooms by distant diplomats was now rewritten in mud and blood across the Balkans. Each hill taken, each river crossed, each town claimed by a different flag, was not just a shift in military control. It was the reshaping of memory. A village might wake under one kingdom and fall asleep under another. There were no announcements, no explanations. Only new colours painted on gates, new orders pinned to doors, new silence in old streets. Bulgaria pressed deepest into Ottoman territory. Thrace bent to its advance. The siege of Adrianople continued, and Bulgarian troops now neared the final Ottoman defensive line at Çatalca. So close to Constantinople, so near the edge of empire, yet the resistance remained. The Ottomans, cornered but not broken, held their ground. Still, Bulgaria had already taken cities that had lived under the crescent for centuries. Edirne, Kirk, Kilise, Lüleburgaz. Names that once belonged to the empire now whispered in Bulgarian. Serbia too had redrawn its map. Kosovo was now under its control. Macedonia, or at least the part Serbia had fought hardest for, was being administered from Belgrade. In town after town, Serbian military governors replaced Ottoman ones. Serbian became the language of orders, but the people spoke many tongues, and not all were ready to call Serbia home. Resistance lived in glances, in unanswered questions, in doors that stayed closed. Greece held Thessaloniki and the Aegean coast. Flags flew high, and schools reopened with new lessons. Priests held services with new prayers. Yet the Bulgarians had arrived at Thessaloniki just a day too late, and they had not forgotten. They remained nearby, officially cooperative, unofficially watchful. The map, while clearer on paper, remained contested on the ground. Montenegro continued its slow tightening around Scutari. The lines on its map were few but precious. Every inch was earned through hardship. Snowfall now threatened every step. Supplies dwindled, yet the siege held. The border they hoped to extend was not yet real, but it was already felt. All across the Balkans, the redrawing of maps was not just a matter of armies. It was a matter of identity. A child born in Bitola might now be recorded as Serbian, not Ottoman. A church in Thrace now rang its bells in Bulgarian rhythm. A port once taxed by Ottoman law now answered to Athens. For the soldiers, these were victories. For the people, they were shifts in wind, not always welcome, not always feared, but always irreversible. In the capitals, leaders began to draw their own borders, not with guns, but with pens. Treaties were discussed in anticipation of a final Ottoman defeat. Bulgaria demanded its full share of Thrace. Serbia insisted on access to the Adriatic. Greece held tight to Thessaloniki and the islands of the Aegean. Montenegro made its claim to Scutari clear. But even as these new maps were imagined, tensions began to rise. Bulgaria and Serbia, once united in arms, now eyed each other with caution. Greece and Bulgaria whispered about shared claims. The war was not yet over, and already the peace began to fracture. The lines on the maps had shifted, but they had not settled. They were drawn, for now, in footsteps and graves, and it was only a matter of time before they bled again. They waited without clocks, without letters, without certainty. The mothers across the Balkans waited in silence that stretched beyond seasons. In Serbia, in Bulgaria, in Greece, in Montenegro, and even behind Ottoman lines. They waited not as symbols, but as women whose sons had vanished down roads lined with dust and smoke. Each morning began with the same rhythm, a glance at the path outside, a listen for hooves or footsteps, a prayer whispered to the ceiling. They waited with work. Fields still needed tending, bread still needed baking. But even the simplest tasks felt heavier now. A loaf meant little when no one returned to eat it. The laundry, hung with care, waved to no one. In some homes, the shirts remained unwashed, kept folded, untouched, as if cleaning them would erase the scent of the boy who once wore them. In Bulgarian towns, mothers received word of victories, but not of names. The news spoke of Adrianople, of the march to Çatalca, of bravery and glory. But they did not say who had fallen. The list came late, if at all. Women gathered near the post office, scanning the names, searching the ink for answers. Some returned home quietly. Others wept before strangers. A few collapsed in the street, folded by grief too sharp to carry standing. In Serbian villages, the bells rang at dusk not for weddings, but for the missing. Mothers lit candles for sons fighting in Macedonia, near the Vardar, near Monastir. They knew the names of rivers now. They knew the distance between villages they had never seen. Each name spoken on the radio or printed in paper drew their breath, a place their child might now be, or might no longer be. Greek mothers watched the sea. They stood on balconies overlooking ports, straining to see ships return. Their sons had gone to the islands, to Thessaloniki, to Epirus. Some had marched, others had sailed. The horizon offered no answers. The wind only carried salt, not letters. Montenegrin mothers lived close to the war. In the hills around Scutari, the fighting was not far. They could hear the cannons, they could see the smoke. Some walked miles to bring food to the lines. Others waited at home, making soup that cooled each night untouched. And on the Ottoman side, mothers waited too. In Edirne, in Skopje, in small towns across the empire, women lit lamps that flickered with hope. Their sons wore different uniforms, spoke different prayers, but the ache was the same. The waiting knew no flag. Some mothers became nurses. They volunteered in field hospitals, bandaging wounds that made them wonder how any son returned whole. Others joined prayer groups. Some fell silent completely, as if speech itself betrayed the hope they still carried. They dreamed in fragments, of footsteps on porches, of a familiar knock, of a boy's laughter down the hall. Waking from these dreams was the hardest part. It meant facing another day without a letter, another night without a name. And still they waited. Not all of them were mothers by blood. Some waited for brothers, for nephews, for neighbors who had grown up under their care. But the feeling was the same. The body bent slightly forward, always listening, always hoping. The war marched on. Battles raged, maps shifted, flags changed. But at home, time did not move. It held its breath. And in kitchens and fields across the Balkans, women stood in doorways and looked toward the road. They waited, not because they were weak, but because they were strong enough to hope when nothing else remained. The fields were quiet now, too quiet. Rows once ploughed by fathers and sons sat untouched, the soil hardening under wind and ash. In village after village across Serbia, Bulgaria, Greece and beyond, the harvest was light or absent, not because the land had failed, but because the hands that knew its rhythm were gone. The war had taken them, first to train, then to march, then to vanish, and behind them they left fields full of nothing and cemeteries that filled too quickly. Elderly men tried to take their place, but their backs were slower now. The oxen waited beside unhitched ploughs. The fruit on the trees dropped before anyone came to gather it. In some places, neighbors helped one another, sharing what they could. In others, doors stayed closed. Hunger made people cautious, generous sometimes, but cautious. In Bulgaria, the countryside bore the signs of absence. Villages near the front had been evacuated, the windows of homes broken by shelling or silence. The towns farther from battle saw their youngest missing from the fields. Wheat bent under its own weight. Corn dried in place. The roads were dusty with the tracks of wagons that no longer brought goods to market. Serbia felt it too. Entire valleys in the south stood still. No bells rang at midday. No smoke from baking bread curled from chimneys. In cemeteries behind churches, new graves appeared weekly. Markers were wooden, hastily carved, often unnamed. There were no grand ceremonies, only soft prayers and the folding of scarves against the wind. In some places, the fallen were buried side by side, no matter their name or allegiance. There wasn't time to separate the grief. In Greek villages along the mountains of Epirus and in the north, the war touched both land and memory. Olive trees that had grown for generations bore fruit that went unpicked. The younger men were gone. The older ones stood beside fresh graves, reciting names in voices worn down by mourning. Fields that had once produced wine or grain now produced silence. Montenegro's land was harsh even before war. The fields were small, carved between rocks, fed by patience more than water. Now they lay still, not from surrender, but from absence. Every able-bodied man had gone to Scutari or the borderlands. Those who remained were too few. The high cemeteries in the hills gained new crosses, some marked only with the soldier's year of birth, not his end. Even in Ottoman lands, the pattern repeated. In Thrace, in Macedonia, in Anatolia, Muslim families buried sons beside fathers, Christian, Muslim, Jew. The graves did not know the difference. The land took them equally. Mothers placed small stones on fresh graves. Widows poured water beside them so the dead would not feel thirst. In cities, the cemeteries expanded faster than the churches could bless them. Coffins grew more expensive. Some families could not afford them and wrapped their dead in cloth. In Sofia, in Belgrade, in Athens, the gravediggers worked through the night. They stopped carving dates into headstones. They carved only names, if known, and the fields continued to wait. Weeds grew where wheat once stood. Grass covered furrows left half-finished. A single scarecrow remained in some places, swaying in the breeze, warning off birds from crops that would never be harvested. The war made no noise in these places now. It had passed through and left only stillness, the kind of stillness that no rain could soften. The fields were empty, the cemeteries full, and both were now shaped by the same story. Some words never reached their destination. Across the Balkans, letters lay in pockets that never warmed again. Folded carefully, written in pencil, they carried names that would not be spoken aloud again, not by the sender, and not by those who waited to receive them. On battlefields, from Thrace to Epirus, beside frozen rivers, and in trenches cut by shaking hands, soldiers wrote to mothers, to wives, to younger siblings still too small to understand what the war meant. These letters were tucked inside coats, under belts, into boots. Some were handed to friends with the whispered request, "If I don't come back." But many never left the battlefield. Rain smeared ink, blood-soaked pages, fire devoured paper. In the quiet, after fighting, when the living counted the dead, some of those pages were found and buried without reading. Others disappeared beneath the earth, along with the names they carried. In Bulgaria, young men who had marched toward Adrianople scribbled notes by lantern light. They asked for news of the village, of a calf born just before they left, of sisters who might be old enough to marry when they returned. They spoke with certainty, even when their hands trembled. Many of those messages never passed the lines. The siege outlasted the writer's breath. In Serbia, soldiers at Monastir and beyond carried notebooks with broken spines. They wrote poems in the margins. Some drew crude maps of the road home. Others described dreams, of plum trees, of spring. They addressed their words to wives they'd barely kissed goodbye, to brothers who were already fighting somewhere else. The letters that survived were delivered months late, with blood on the edges and no clear answer about how they'd arrived. Greek soldiers in the mountains wrote in Greek, in Turkish, in Ladino. Thessaloniki was a city of languages, and so were its men. Their letters mixed prayer with promise, folding memory into lines no one would ever read. Some wrote from boats before landing. Others wrote in fog, by the light of a borrowed candle, describing skies that looked too big for war, and the graves, so many never marked. In the rush of retreat or the flood of victory, soldiers were buried where they fell. A line of stones, a cross made from rifle wood, a pile of earth with no name. In places where the ground was too hard to dig, the bodies were left with only a scarf, a boot, a broken medal to tell their story. In Montenegro, men who fell near Scutari were often buried by friends who wept too quietly to be heard. They marked the graves with rocks, then moved on before nightfall. Some graves were washed away by rain. Others were trampled by the next wave of fighting. A few were dug again, out of confusion, by those who did not know the stories hidden beneath the soil. The war did not wait for remembrance. It moved on, and the living, burdened by survival, could not always carry the names of the fallen. In homes across the region, candles were lit for sons who never returned. But no one could say for sure whether they were dead or simply lost. The waiting turned into silence, the silence into something heavier, and the letters remained, in pockets, in drawers, in dreams, unread, unanswered, forever addressed to a place that no longer existed. Victory, when it came, was quieter than expected. There were no grand parades in the hills, no trumpets at the borders. Instead, it came in loaves of bread, shared again around tables once emptied by war. It came in the sound of ovens heating, of cows returning to pastures, of children laughing not because peace had been declared, but because a man they remembered was finally home. In the Balkans, where so much had been lost between maps and gunfire, victory did not arrive as glory. It arrived as relief. In Bulgaria, villages welcomed soldiers with silence, not from a lack of joy, but from exhaustion. Men who had marched to Adrianople now returned thinner, quieter, older in the eyes. They stepped into homes they had left behind, sometimes only to find them changed. A roof caved in, a sister widowed, a field lost to overgrowth. And yet they were home. And so bread was made, a stew was prepared, and names were spoken with gentleness. In Serbia, the victories in Monastir, in Pristina, along the Vardar, they were written into newspapers with bold print. But in the villages, people looked only at the gates, waiting for familiar footsteps. Some returned, some did not, and when the dead were counted, it was not with ceremony, but with a pencil against the kitchen wall. Still, wheat was planted again. Sheep returned to hills. The rhythm of life resumed in pieces, because that was what war had left them. Greece held new land, new sea routes, new hope. Thessaloniki belonged to the kingdom now, and the newspapers called it destiny fulfilled. But the fishermen cared more about their nets being returned. The markets reopened, slowly. Mothers brought their children, not to celebrate, but to buy flour. Soldiers stood guard on corners, not to claim, but to protect. Victory here was the return of stability, the knowing that tomorrow would come. Montenegro, small and stretched thin, did not speak loudly of victory. Its siege at Scutari was still underway. Supplies were low. The winter pressed hard. But even there, in the shadow of suffering, the idea of victory lived in a warm pot shared by neighbors. It lived in a single letter arriving from a son at the front. The Ottoman Empire, broken but not erased, had retreated. Cities were lost, territories ceded. Yet even among its citizens, the end of active fighting brought a form of victory, the chance to breathe again. Markets reopened. Mosques continued their prayers. People, even in defeat, returned to their gardens, their tools, their silence. And so, the borders changed. Lines were redrawn. Treaties were signed with cautious pens. But none of this meant much to the villagers who had survived. What mattered was the baking of bread, the warmth of familiar hands, the planting of seeds that no longer feared being crushed beneath boots. In some places, there were celebrations, flags raised, songs sung. But these moments were brief. They were followed by the sobering weight of what had been endured. Victory did not erase grief. It only made space for it to be carried forward. The war had not given them everything, but it had given them back time, uncertain, fragile, and unfinished. And with that, people began to rebuild. Not walls first, but moments, meals, beds, the way to be human again. The borders had moved, empires had crumbled, armies had returned. But in kitchens across the Balkans, the only true victory was the scent of bread rising again. The guns had quieted, but the danger had not passed. Across Europe's capitals and Balkan courts, the space between battles filled with voices. Not shouting across fields, but whispering across tables. Diplomats now held the pens where soldiers had laid down their rifles. Peace was not peace yet. It was posture. It was pause. And every word spoken in these quiet rooms carried the weight of borders, lives, and consequences not yet fully understood. In London, Vienna, Petrograd, and Constantinople, ambassadors met behind velvet curtains. They chose their words slowly, not because they did not know what they wanted, but because they knew too well. The great powers had watched the war unfold like a match held too close to dry leaves. Now that fire had caught, they moved cautiously. Austria-Hungary worried about Serbia's strength. Russia watched with one eye on the Balkans, the other on Germany. Britain tried to moderate, to balance. France, distant but alert, stayed involved with the calm of a guest in someone else's kitchen where smoke had begun to rise. In Sofia, in Belgrade, in Athens, and in Cetinje, leaders gave speeches about unity, but sent letters laced with mistrust. The Balkan League had achieved what it was meant to. Ottoman losses were undeniable, but beneath the victories lived questions no battlefield could answer. Who would hold Macedonia? Who would claim the land near the Adriatic? How would Thessaloniki be treated? As Greek, as shared, or as disputed? These were not questions of sentiment. They were matters of grain, of railways, of trade, of pride. The diplomats wrote communiques, but they carried old maps in their heads. Maps, drawn by ancestors, shaped by wars long past, coloured by the blood of old defeats. And now that territory had been taken, none of the allies wished to surrender even a field, even a river. Promises made during the war began to feel like burdens, not bonds. Bulgaria remembered the treaty with Serbia, the agreement to divide Macedonia. But Serbia, having spilled blood from Kumanovo to Monastir, now claimed more than had been agreed. Greece, holding Thessaloniki, had no interest in giving it up. Montenegro still fought at Scutari, but Austria-Hungary warned that it must stop. Each step forward on the battlefield had become a negotiation in peacetime. And not all negotiations are peaceful. In Constantinople, Ottoman officials prepared to meet the Balkan states in London. They would come not as victors, but as participants in the ending. The empire, still standing, still proud, began to understand the cost of holding too much for too long. They spoke of protecting what remained, of saving dignity, of not losing the memory of power, even if the reality had gone. The London Peace Conference began in December. Diplomats from all sides arrived in carriages, coats pulled high against the cold. Outside, the city bustled as always, unaware of how borders would shift inside those quiet rooms. Inside, they sat at polished tables. Coffee was poured. Words were exchanged. And every sentence was a test of loyalty, of expectation, of how far ambition could stretch without breaking. But even as they spoke, new lines formed in silence. The League had begun to split, not with argument, but with glances. Bulgaria expected reward. Serbia expected recognition. Greece expected control. Montenegro expected closure. And each of them, in their own way, began to prepare for what might come next. The war was not over. Only the noise had stopped. And in its place came the careful tone of diplomacy. Softer, but just as sharp. The armistice was signed on a quiet day, the kind where the sky offers no opinion and the wind barely stirs the trees. On December 3rd, 1912, the guns fell silent between the Balkan League and the Ottoman Empire. The document was brief, its language cautious. It was not peace. It was a breath, an agreement to pause, a paper laid gently across wounds that had not yet closed. Soldiers lowered their rifles, cannons stood still beneath canvas, but no one in the trenches truly relaxed. The silence felt strange, like holding one's breath in a room that might collapse. At Çatalca, the last line of Ottoman defense before Constantinople, Bulgarian troops stood across from tired Ottoman regiments. The air between them, once thick with gunpowder, now carried the uneasy weight of anticipation. Neither side moved, yet neither believed the stillness would last. The trenches remained manned. Officers still gave orders. They simply gave them more softly now. Inside Adrianople, the siege continued. Bulgaria and Serbia had demanded its surrender. The CRS Ottomans, led by Shukri Pasha, refused. The armistice did not apply here. The city remained surrounded, its people hungry, its streets shadowed by walls that held for now. The suffering inside deepened. In the capitals of Europe, newspapers printed the word armistice with restrained hope. Diplomats in London prepared for talks. The great powers stepped carefully onto the stage, ready to shape a peace that would serve their own quiet empires as much as those who had fought. But in the Balkans, the pause did not bring peace. It brought unrest. In Serbia, the victories brought questions louder than celebration. What would become of Macedonia? Would the lines drawn in treaties months earlier still apply? The army had pushed farther than expected, and with each new town occupied, the appetite grew. But Bulgaria remembered the promises. It had agreed to share Macedonia based on predefined zones. Serbia now hesitated. In Bulgaria, the victories came with pride, but also anxiety. They had reached the gates of Constantinople. They had suffered deeply to claim Thrace, yet they now faced suspicion from their own allies. Greece held Thessaloniki and would not leave. Serbia was expanding westward toward the Adriatic, where Bulgaria had no claim but many concerns. The League, once a structure of unity, had become a house with creaking floors. Greece, newly in control of key coastal cities and the Aegean islands, feared the shifting tone of its allies. It fortified Thessaloniki, reinforced the islands, watched Bulgaria with sharp eyes. Prime Minister Venizelos spoke publicly of cooperation, but in private began preparing for what might happen if unity gave way to conflict. Montenegro, still locked in the siege of Scutari, felt left behind. Its army suffered in the snow, supplies thin, morale thinner, yet its prize remained beyond reach, and international pressure, especially from Austria-Hungary, threatened to push them back. The armistice meant little here. Across the Ottoman Empire, the truce was felt as a bruise. Pride had suffered, territory had been lost, but not all had been taken. In Constantinople, the government shifted. The public demanded answers. Soldiers returned to barracks with blank faces. The empire was not defeated, but it was wounded in ways no treaty could mend. The armistice gave time, but time reveals things silence cannot hide. Unrest spread not in protests, but in decisions made behind closed doors. new orders written quietly. Allies watched one another now more than they watched the enemy. The war had paused, but peace had not come. And in the stillness between battles, something old stirred again. Ambition, dressed now in suspicion. The hills no longer echoed with cannon fire, but they did not feel safe. Between two wars, there was space, but not rest. The armistice held in name, in telegrams, in newsprint carefully laid on breakfast tables. Yet in the minds of soldiers, in the hearts of ministers, in the worn hands of those who had buried too many, the war still hummed, low and unfinished. This was not peace. This was a pause that lied. In Bulgaria, the troops at Çatalca stood in cold trenches, watching Ottoman lines with narrowed eyes. There were no new assaults, but fortifications grew. Shovels worked through frost. Orders still flowed. The siege of Adrianople had not been lifted. Inside that city, hunger deepened. Children cried through the night. In Sofia, Tsar Ferdinand studied maps not with calm, but with calculation. The war's first act was not enough. The prize had not yet been taken. In Serbia, generals cleaned mud from their boots, but not from their plans. They had reached farther south than predicted. The dream of Macedonia, its fields, its towns, its songs, had drawn them forward. Now they stood in a place they called liberated, but knew might soon be contested. Bulgaria remembered the promises. Serbia remembered the sacrifices. The border between memory and ambition grew thin. The diplomats in London met beneath chandeliers. They wore tailored suits and carried old grievances beneath polished language. The great powers smiled, nodded, and redrew boundaries with fingers stained by history. They spoke of balance, of stability, but their interests shaped the table more than any battlefield had. Austria-Hungary warned Serbia to stay clear of the Adriatic. Russia watched with a protective frown. Britain tried to keep the room polite. France listened. Germany observed. The Balkan states, now seated across from their former enemy, negotiated like uneasy neighbors forced to share a table. Bulgaria demanded Adrianople. Serbia insisted on more than it had been promised. Greece clung to Thessaloniki, refusing to even entertain alternatives. Montenegro, small and determined, refused to abandon its grip on Scutari. The Ottoman delegates, weary and stripped of leverage, bargained not for victory, but for dignity. But behind the tables, beyond the halls, the streets whispered a different truth. Soldiers were not going home. Troop movements continued, quietly, carefully, under the guise of preparation, of security, of precaution. In Greece, Venizelos sent orders to reinforce the islands. The Aegean shimmered blue, but ships patrolled it with quiet tension. In Serbia, reports were drafted listing Bulgarian movements near contested towns. In Bulgaria, the High Command discussed how far trust could stretch before it broke. This pause was not a bridge, it was a curtain, and behind it, the next act was already being written. The people, exhausted, hoped, but even hope grew tired. Families kept candles burning, but left chairs empty. Fields were half sown, as if unsure whether to trust the season. Merchants reopened stalls, but glanced often toward the road. The smell of powder was gone, but it had not been forgotten. The press printed headlines of negotiation, of potential peace. But beneath the print, there was hesitation. No one dared speak the question out loud, but it sat in every room, floated through every train station, slipped into every meeting. What if the war is not over? And in that silence, in that held breath between one war and the next, the truth was known even before it was spoken. The guns would fire again, because some pauses do not soothe. They only wait for the next wound. They sat by campfires without maps, no longer pushed forward by orders. They waited in the grey of uncertainty. Soldiers without battles, but not yet at peace. In the weeks after the armistice, across muddy trenches, frozen hills, and burned-out villages, men sat with weapons in their laps and memory in their eyes. They were not dismissed. They were not at rest. They were held in place by a war that had not yet decided what it wanted from them. In Bulgarian camps near Chatalja, the air was still. The front line had stopped moving, but the soldiers had not gone home. They stood watch against an enemy that no longer attacked, dug trenches deeper, though no new assault was expected. They sharpened bayonets out of habit, cleaned boots that would walk nowhere. Some wrote letters. Others folded them away, unfinished. No one knew what came next. Adrianople still resisted. The siege lingered like a wound that refused to close. For Serbian troops in Macedonia, the landscape felt eerily still. Towns occupied weeks ago now stood quiet under their control. They patrolled empty streets, manned border posts that weren't yet borders, and stared into the faces of locals who spoke languages they didn't always understand. The victory had brought them south. But victory, it turned out, was not a place. It was a memory and a weight. Some had buried friends along the way. Others carried bandages where medals might one day rest. Greek soldiers in Thessaloniki and the Aegean islands found themselves standing between flags, theirs and those of allies who now watched them too closely. The city had been taken, held, celebrated, but the presence of Bulgarian units nearby kept the victory from feeling whole. The men stood guard in alleys where children played. They ate rations beside churches whose bells now rang differently. There were no shots, no commands to march, but tension hung in the air like frost that never melted. In Montenegro, near Scutari, the siege dragged on. The cold deepened. Men built fires from whatever they could find. Broken fence posts, doors pulled from abandoned homes. They had fought for months without rest. Now they fought against hunger, against doubt, against the creeping sense that even triumph might be taken from them by politics far away. Still, they stayed, because to leave before the city fell would mean the war had outlasted them. The Ottoman soldiers, behind walls or scattered along retreat lines, lived in the same waiting. They stood watch over cities no longer theirs in spirit. They read official statements promising defense, while their bellies emptied and their rifles rusted. Some still believed in the empire. Others believed only in survival. They too had memories of victories that had faded, of families left behind, of uniforms that now felt like disguise more than duty. And in all these places, Bulgarian, Serbian, Greek, Montenegrin, Ottoman, the soldiers watched the sky, not for omens, but for the weather, because the weather told them how long they would wait. They smoked slowly. They drank if there was anything to drink. They repaired what could be fixed, boots, belts, bones. They sang less. They joked less. They thought more. They remembered, not only the faces of the fallen, but the silence that followed them. Not only the fields they had crossed, but the way they had changed after crossing them. They were not moving forward. They were not going home. They were simply there, soldiers between wars, between meaning. And that too was a kind of war. The Balkan League had once been a promise, an agreement drawn in shared grievance, in mutual need, in whispered hope that the enemy of your enemy might be your brother, at least for a time. But now the war's momentum had slowed, and with it came something colder. The victory had been shared, but unevenly. An uneven victory breeds questions. The League had fought together. Now it began to watch itself. Bulgaria felt the fracture first. It had marched the farthest, lost the most, and claimed the most ambitious prize: Thrace, Adrianople, even dreams of Constantinople. Its armies had fought with discipline and purpose, reaching deeper into Ottoman territory than any other ally. And yet, as peace talks began, Bulgaria looked around and saw that its partners were not waiting for approval. Serbia held towns Bulgaria had counted on. Greece flew flags in cities Bulgaria still whispered as its own. Even Montenegro clung stubbornly to Scutari. The map in Sofia no longer matched the one unfolding in the field. In Belgrade, the view was different. Serbia had won its own victories: Kumanovo, Prelep, Monastir. It had reclaimed Kosovo, pushed into Macedonia, and held the region with boots and blood. It had gone farther than expected, and now it expected reward. But the pre-war agreement with Bulgaria, that complex treaty dividing Macedonia into vague zones, with arbitration promised by Russia, no longer felt fair. Serbia had taken ground that Bulgaria believed it owned, but Serbia had bled for it, and treaties signed in silence began to feel like shackles forged in another time. Greece too grew wary. Thessaloniki had been claimed swiftly, but Bulgarian forces had arrived shortly after. They had been welcomed, even allowed to remain. But Greek command had not forgotten how close they had come to losing the city. Now they fortified their presence. Greek control of the Aegean islands added another point of friction. Bulgaria had no navy to contest it, but its silence carried sharp edges. Montenegro stood smaller, but no less firm. Iti had paid for every inch with hardship. The siege of Scutari was still unresolved, but Austria-Hungary's warnings grew louder. Prince Nicholas did not trust Bulgaria's growing claims, nor Serbia's ambition. The unity he had hoped would elevate his country now felt like a shadow stretching too far. The alliance, still technically intact, had become a scaffold holding up distrust. Meetings between generals were stiff. Letters between capitals used more formal language. Public statements celebrated cooperation. Private orders prepared for the opposite. Troop movements became slower, more careful. Each army began to count not just enemy positions, but ally ones. And behind it all stood Russia. The architect of the League, the quiet patron, now found itself unsure how to hold the structure together. Bulgaria had trusted Russia to arbitrate. Serbia looked to Russia for support, but even St. Petersburg could feel the strain. Supporting one too strongly risked losing the others. And Russia, ever cautious in its diplomacy, knew that forcing a decision might break the entire arrangement. The fracture was not dramatic. It was not sudden. It was the sound of an old chair beginning to creak under new weight. The League had done what it was meant to do: drive out the Ottomans, reclaim the land. But no one had planned well for what came after. Victory revealed the difference between alliance and agreement. One is built in battle. The other must be built in peace. And peace, it turned out, was the harder war. The battlefields had quieted, but in drawing rooms and ministries, the war continued. Only now with pens, whispers, and maps unrolled on long tables, where silence meant more than any speech. Behind closed doors, new lines were drawn, not with the chaos of cannon fire, but with the calm certainty of ambition. It was the same war, only dressed in diplomacy instead of uniforms, and in many ways it was colder. In Sofia, Bulgaria's leaders felt the tension pressing in. Their soldiers still held the trenches outside Adrianople, waiting for the city to fall. But at the same time, Bulgarian eyes watched the west, toward Macedonia, toward Thessaloniki, where their allies now acted as owners rather than partners. Bulgaria's claim on Macedonia, agreed upon in its treaty with Serbia, now seemed like a promise made to a different world. Serbia occupied much of that land now and showed no sign of leaving. The letters Bulgaria sent were measured, polite, but they grew sharper with each reply left unanswered or delayed. The Bulgarian military began reinforcing positions in disputed zones. Officers mapped out railways not just for supply, but for rapid movement, against whom no one said aloud. Civilians in contested towns noticed more flags, more uniforms, more questions. A quiet pressure returned to the air. Even the birds seemed to fly more carefully. In Belgrade, the government justified its presence with facts on the ground. Serbian soldiers had taken these cities. They had fought for them. The people, some of them at least, spoke Serbian, welcomed Serbian troops, prayed in churches that echoed Serbian hymns. Why should Macedonia be handed away to satisfy old documents? Serbia had also been denied access to the Adriatic by Austria-Hungary's opposition. Without a coastline, the lands in Macedonia now felt even more vital. Not just symbolic, but strategic. Greek diplomats, meanwhile, worked carefully to secure their hold on Thessaloniki and the Aegean Islands. They sent envoys to London and Paris, hoping to win favor before disputes turned public. Greece had acted quickly in the war, had held the southern flank, had protected vital ports. But Bulgaria's quiet discontent made Athens wary. The Greek government began increasing its military presence in the north. Thessaloniki saw new Greek units arrive each week, uniforms crisp, eyes watchful. Montenegro remained absorbed in the siege of Scutari, but even there whispers reached the prince's ears. Allies were negotiating behind walls now, redrawing intentions as quickly as they had drawn borders. And none of those intentions favored the smallest voice at the table. In Vienna and St. Petersburg, the tension was felt but not yet named. Austria-Hungary watched Serbia's moves nervously, fearing that its growing power might stir unrest among its own Slavic subjects. Russia, torn between Serbia and Bulgaria, tried to balance without appearing hesitant. The pressure built like snow on a branch that might snap if too much weight were added. In London, the peace talks became heavier with unsaid truths. Ottoman delegates tried to salvage territory. Balkan representatives smiled through clenched teeth. Each delegation knew that agreements made here would soon be tested, not just in writing, but in movement. The new lines drawn behind closed doors were not yet final, but they were forming, in ink, in thought, in expectation. And every line drawn without consensus becomes a future wound. The League had marched together. Now it began to calculate alone. It did not happen all at once. Isolation rarely does. It begins as a pause too long in a conversation, a hesitation before an answer, a glance that turns away instead of meeting the eye. For Bulgaria, the separation from its former allies began in these silences, slow, invisible, but unmistakable. In the weeks after the London talks began, Bulgaria stood taller in posture, but more alone in practice. The alliance that had once pulled four nations into common battle now seemed to turn away from its eastern anchor. In Sofia, frustration deepened. Bulgaria had given much to the war. Its soldiers had pushed farthest. Its casualties were heavy. The siege of Adrianople, still underway, was a daily sacrifice of lives, of resources, of patience. And yet, the reward seemed to be drifting toward others. Serbia clung to Macedonia, Greece held Thessaloniki with growing confidence. Montenegro maintained pressure on Scutari, ignoring the protests of Europe. Bulgaria, victorious on the battlefield, now faced defeat at the negotiation table. Its leaders felt it first. Meetings with Serbian officials became cold, brief, and formal. Discussions once held openly now required careful scripts. The old treaty dividing Macedonia between Bulgaria and Serbia was cited repeatedly by Sofia. Belgrade responded with new justifications: population data, military occupation, shifting strategy. In truth, Serbia no longer felt bound by the original agreement, and Bulgaria, once the confident leader of the League, found itself repeating promises that no one else intended to keep. Greece too began pulling away. Its hold on Thessaloniki had solidified. Greek forces controlled the Aegean islands. There were talks with Britain and France about recognition. Bulgaria's interest in these same areas was noted, but quietly dismissed. Greek newspapers celebrated victory. Greek politicians spoke of destiny fulfilled. Bulgaria, watching from across the table, began to realize that it was no longer part of the conversation, only part of the concern. In Adrianople, the siege dragged on. Winter had passed, but not the suffering. Bulgarian troops remained in trenches, enduring shortages, frostbite and boredom. The city still stood. The Ottomans refused to yield. Morale grew fragile. And even as Bulgaria bled in Thrace, its grip in Macedonia loosened. In the countryside, rumors spread. Villagers spoke of betrayals, of new borders being drawn without consent. Bulgarian officers in contested regions noticed more resistance. Locals who had once welcomed their presence now hesitated. Serbian and Greek patrols grew bolder. Incidents multiplied. Small skirmishes, accidental clashes. Each one denied officially, but remembered quietly. Russia, once Bulgaria's strongest patron, tried to mediate. It urged patience. It offered arbitration. But Russia, too, had interests. And as Serbia grew closer to St. Petersburg, Bulgaria felt the shift. The promises of support now arrived with conditions. The language softened. The answers came slower. By spring, Bulgaria's isolation was no longer subtle. It was strategic. It stood surrounded not by enemies, but by former allies now moving independently. The League still existed on paper, but on the ground, alliances faded into positions. Trust turned into distance, and Bulgaria, proud and prepared, began to consider the unthinkable, that a second war might be necessary, not against the Ottomans, but against those it had once marched beside. Isolation is not silence. It is the sound of doors closing, one after another. And for Bulgaria, those doors were nearly shut. It began again, but without a sound. Not with drums, not with speeches, not with flags unfurled in morning light. The second storm began in silence, in the space between broken promises, in the glances passed across maps no longer shared. The Balkan League still existed in name, but its heartbeat had faded. What remained were armies still in position, allies turned observers, and the steady tightening of intent. Bulgaria, surrounded by former partners, no longer believed waiting would restore what it felt had been taken. The siege of Adrianople was ending. The city would fall. But the victory felt hollow. Macedonia remained under Serbian control. Thessaloniki was firmly in Greek hands, and neither nation showed signs of yielding. In Sofia, the government held meetings behind closed doors, no longer concerned with diplomacy, but with timing. If negotiation would not return what was promised, then action might. Troop movements resumed, not openly aggressive, but deliberate. Bulgarian divisions repositioned near the contested regions of Macedonia. More men were recalled, supplies were redirected, officers stopped talking about the Ottomans and began reviewing the deployments of their neighbors. The maps in Bulgarian war rooms shifted subtly, erasing friendly borders and replacing them with lines of caution. Serbia noticed. Its generals had expected tension, but not immediacy. They issued quiet orders to reinforce towns near the Bulgarian frontier. Roads were repaired. Watchpoints were reoccupied. Belgrade made speeches of unity but kept its hands near the rifle. Behind every word was a question. Would Bulgaria act? Greece, focused on consolidating its gains in the south, remained wary. Thessaloniki was too valuable to ignore, and Greek leadership understood the weight of having arrived first. But Bulgaria's silence around the city grew heavier. Reports of Bulgarian scouts near Greek positions increased. Incidents were denied, but no one believed the denials. The Greek navy continued its hold on the Aegean, but the mainland now watched its northern border with sharper eyes. Montenegro, still grappling with the final days of its siege at Scutari, felt the tremors less directly, but it too saw the shift. The tone at League meetings had changed. Cooperation had vanished. Every message now carried the echo of a demand. Europe, watching from afar, sensed it as well. The great powers, relieved that one war had slowed, now braced for another. Austria-Hungary backed Serbia cautiously, ready to limit its reach while preventing Bulgarian dominance. Russia, torn between old loyalties, urged patience but began leaning eastward. Diplomats spoke in urgent tones, but privately they revised estimates, not of peace, but of when the next war would begin. And the soldiers, those who had never left the fields, felt it in their bones. The sudden tightening of routines, the sharpened questions at checkpoints, the return of the watchful quiet that comes before the first shot. They cleaned their weapons without being asked. They reviewed the terrain not as victors, but as men who might be marching again. There were no declarations, no breaking headlines, but everywhere something stirred, not loudly, but deeply. The League, once bound by shared blood, now stood on the edge of new conflict, and this time it would not fight as one. The first war had been against empire. The second would be against memory, against what had been promised, what had been claimed, what had been expected. It brewed in silence, in the places where treaties used to hold. And when it came, it would not be a storm shared. It would be a storm among brothers. It happened at night, as many betrayals do. On June 29, 1913, without formal declaration, Bulgarian forces struck Serbian and Greek positions along the disputed lines in Macedonia. What had been whispers became war. Allies turned to enemies in a moment, and the silence of preparation shattered beneath gunfire. Bulgaria, surrounded by broken promises and growing suspicion, had chosen not to wait any longer. It moved first. It struck swiftly, but not cleanly. The Bulgarian command believed time was slipping. Adrianople had finally fallen months before, yet Bulgaria's claim to Macedonia was dissolving. Serbia had refused to withdraw from key regions. Greece had fortified Thessaloniki. Diplomacy had failed. Arbitration by Russia had stalled. And so, Bulgaria sought to seize what it believed was already its own. The order was given, and soldiers who had once stood beside Serbian and Greek comrades now turned rifles against them. The attacks were sudden, but not total. Bulgarian divisions engaged Serbian units near Gevgelija and along the Bregalnica River. They moved against Greek positions near Negrita and along the approach to Thessaloniki. Some Bulgarian officers hesitated, unsure. Others followed orders with grim resolve. The aim was clear: force a redrawing of the map by force, reclaim Macedonia, push Serbia and Greece back before they could coordinate a response. But the blow did not land as intended. Serbia, though surprised, responded quickly. Its troops, seasoned by the campaign against the Ottomans, regrouped and countered. The terrain they now defended had become familiar. They used the high ground, the rivers, the knowledge earned through blood. Reinforcements moved quickly. Orders were sharp. What began as retreat in places turned into firm resistance. Greece too responded with urgency. Though the army had been stretched across the islands and the Epirus front, it pivoted fast. Thessaloniki, the crown jewel, could not fall. Greek forces concentrated around the city, holding key routes, counter-attacking where possible. Naval power secured the coasts, allowing supplies and troops to move with speed. Bulgaria found itself fighting on two fronts against former partners who were now united by anger. What had been a league was now a triangle of resentment, and Bulgaria stood alone. The international response was swift. Austria-Hungary supported Bulgaria in word, cautious and self-serving. Russia, disappointed and unprepared, withdrew its arbitration and looked away. The great powers met again, but this time not to prevent war, only to contain its damage. In the field, chaos spread. Villages once quiet under occupation now saw new waves of destruction. Civilians fled again, confused. Which flag would rise next? Which orders should be followed? Brothers who had fought shoulder to shoulder in Adrianople now fired across riverbanks at each other. In Sofia, the decision to strike was now seen with unease. The plan had been bold, but the resistance was fierce. The campaign that was meant to be decisive had turned into a grinding conflict. Bulgaria's enemies had grown stronger, not weaker, and the tide, so carefully measured, now began to turn. What Bulgaria had hoped would be swift and strategic became slow and uncertain. Each mile gained came at cost. Each day passed brought more forces to the other side, and still, Bulgaria pushed forward, because turning back was harder. The war it had begun would not end quickly, and now it was no longer just about territory. It was about pride, about betrayal returned, about proving that isolation did not mean surrender. But the tide, once turned, is not easy to reverse, and Bulgaria, now surrounded, began to feel the weight of its choice. Bulgaria had expected resistance. It had not expected the walls to close in so fast. The war it started with a calculated strike now spiraled beyond its control. The former alliance had not just fractured, it had collapsed entirely. Serbia and Greece, once watched with suspicion, were now bound by retaliation, but they were no longer the only ones moving. Romania entered next, silent at first, then firm, crossing into northern Bulgaria without meeting real resistance. A second front had opened, not with warning, but with certainty. Romania's decision came not from loyalty to Serbia or Greece, but from quiet resentment. The borders between Romania and Bulgaria had long been a point of tension, especially the region of southern Dobruja, a strip of land that looked small on the map, but carried weight in every negotiation. Romania had remained neutral during the First Balkan War, watching carefully. But when Bulgaria turned against its former allies, Romania saw an opportunity, not to mediate, but to gain. Its troops crossed the Danube with precision. No declarations, no battle cries, just columns of men steady inshore, entering Bulgarian territory that was already drained by war. In Sofia, shock turned quickly to fear. The army was in the south. The reserves were few. There was no strength left to meet Romania in the north. To the west, Serbia pushed harder. Its forces, now reinforced and emboldened, launched a major offensive along the Bregalnica River. The fighting there was fierce, muddy, drawn out, merciless. Serbia knew the terrain. It fought not to push Bulgaria back, but to break its will. In battle after battle, the Serbian army began to bend the lines. Greece, too, advanced from Thessaloniki, moving eastward toward Kavala. Bulgarian positions along the Aegean coast began to falter. Greek forces reclaimed towns they feared losing weeks before. The roads once claimed in unity now ran red with the conflict of betrayal. And in the east, the Ottomans stirred again. Watching Bulgaria's isolation, the empire saw a brief chance to reclaim some of what had been lost. Ottoman troops crossed back into Thrace, retaking Adrianople with little resistance. The city that had cost Bulgaria so dearly, in blood, in pride, in hope, was gone again. The circle was closing. Bulgaria, now surrounded on all sides, began to collapse inward. Its leaders scrambled for support. Austria-Hungary offered words but little else. Russia stood back, disappointed and unwilling. Germany remained distant. Within Bulgaria's borders, panic grew. Towns near the Romanian line emptied. Families fled south. The trains carried soldiers in both directions, some to reinforce collapsing fronts, others to return home to protect what little remained. And the soldiers still fighting in the south began to understand the shape of the war had changed. No longer a campaign to reclaim Macedonia. No longer a contest between allies. It had become a siege on Bulgaria itself. The weight of these unexpected enemies, Romania from the north, the Ottomans from the east, pressed hard. What began as a bold assertion of strength had turned into a fight for survival. And as the days passed, it became clear. Bulgaria could not win. Now, it could only endure. The maps once dreamed in Sofia were folded away. Not from defeat, not yet, but from the grim recognition that no dream survives untouched when too many hands reach for it. Bulgaria had stood alone, and now it would fall that way too. In war, silence can be mistaken for absence. Romania had been quiet during the First War, cautious and deliberate, standing at the edge of the conflict with the air of a nation waiting for the wind to shift. Its soldiers remained in their barracks. Its ministers spoke in calm tones. But maps were studied. Resentments were remembered. And when the Balkan League dissolved into infighting, Romania no longer saw neutrality as wisdom. It saw opportunity. Southern Dobruja was not large, but it was fertile, strategic, and contested. Romania had long believed it belonged within its borders. Bulgaria disagreed. The dispute had remained paper-thin for years, held back only by diplomacy and the delicate hope of peace. But now, with Bulgaria locked in war on two fronts, Romania made its move. There was no ceremony, no warning, only the crossing of rivers and the low drum of boots on northern soil. Romanian troops marched south with precision. There was little to stop them. Bulgaria's army was stretched thin, battling Serbia in the west, Greece in the south, and watching Ottoman incursions from the east. The north had been left with border guards, scattered units, and empty roads. The Romanian advance met no pitched battles. Instead, they walked through villages emptied by fear, past fields that still carried the weight of last year's harvest and the absence of men who had not returned. It was not a campaign of conquest. It was a message, sent not to Bulgaria alone, but to the continent. Romania wanted what it had long claimed, and it would take it while others bled. In Sofia, the news spread like smoke. Cabinet meetings turned grim. There was no strength to send north. Even if there was no justification that Europe would accept. Romania had not declared war. It had not fired first. It merely arrived, calm, steady, and certain of its claim. And the great powers watched without protest. Austria-Hungary, though uneasy about Romania's rise, welcomed anything that weakened Serbia's rivals. Russia, already embarrassed by Bulgaria's break from Serbia and Greece, did not intervene. Germany and France looked elsewhere. The world had already begun to glance toward a broader storm forming in the west. And so, Romania continued. It did not burn towns, it did not destroy roads, but it made its presence permanent. Flags were raised, administrative offices were opened, civil records changed hands, and the land, quiet, confused, adjusted once more to new rulers. For the people who lived in Dobruja, it was not the first time borders had shifted without consent. Fathers had worn different uniforms in different decades. Children had learned different alphabets depending on the season. Loyalty was a survival skill. And now they learned again. Romania's army did not linger. It moved in, took control, and then stopped. There was no hunger for more land, only the land it believed had been denied. The rest it left to crumble. By July, southern Dobruja was under Romanian rule. No great battle had been fought, no hero had fallen. But in the quiet, Romania had reshaped the map, and Bulgaria, bleeding from every direction, could only watch. Sometimes conquest does not shout. It only walks forward while others look away. And when it is done, it stands quietly, as if it had always been there. The Ottoman Empire had not forgotten. Empires rarely do. Even when defeated, even when humiliated, the memory of loss lingers longer than the terms of peace. In the winter months after the First Balkan War, the empire licked its wounds. Adrianople had fallen. The Balkan provinces were gone. But the Sultan's court did not speak of surrender. It spoke of return. As Bulgaria turned its back on the east to strike at Serbia and Greece, the Ottomans saw what empires wait for, a window. Small at first, but real. The Bulgarian lines in Thrace were thinning. The garrisons were quiet. Supplies had been redirected west. Soldiers were being recalled south. The once sharp edge of Bulgarian control over former Ottoman territory had grown soft. And so the empire stirred again. The Ottoman army moved carefully, deliberately, beneath the gaze of European indifference. There was no loud proclamation. There was no vengeance in the voice of its generals. Only quiet orders, precise routes, and the slow retaking of land that had once been theirs. Adrianople, the ancient city of Edirne, was first. Bulgarian forces had barely time to react before Ottoman troops returned and reclaimed it. The city that had cost so much blood now changed hands again, but this time without resistance. For the people of Adrianople, there was no celebration, only resignation. Flags changed, officers changed, the curfews remained, but the streets carried the same weight, a population used to shifting power, to being caught between empires that cared more for borders than for those who lived along them. The Ottoman advance did not stop there. Small towns in eastern Thrace were retaken with similar ease. Bulgarian control dissolved in those regions like mist. No backup arrived. No reinforcement came. The army was busy dying elsewhere. In Constantinople, pride returned slowly, not loudly, not with parades, but with the sense that maybe the collapse had paused, that the empire had not lost everything, that perhaps not all was gone. Europe again looked elsewhere. The great powers were weary. They had just brokered peace in one war and watched another begin. Bulgaria's isolation meant its protests were faint. No one rushed to redraw the maps again. If the Ottomans wanted back a little land they had just lost, no one would stop them. In Sofia, the blow was felt deeply. Adrianople had been the symbol of Bulgaria's victory. Its fall and later capture had cost thousands of lives. The siege had defined the First Balkan War. And now, in a quiet reversal, the city was gone. Not in a fight, not in a blaze of courage, but because there was no one left to hold it. Bulgarian officials did not announce the loss. Newspapers wrote carefully. Maps were not updated, but everyone knew. The empire they had just helped to dismantle was still alive, still capable, and now, perhaps, still watching. In the fields of eastern Thrace, Ottoman soldiers pitched tents beside old trenches. The same roads once used by retreating armies now echoed with returning boots. The empire's flag flew again above buildings that had flown the Bulgarian standard for less than a year. There was no declaration of a new war, but the lines had shifted once more. The empire had waited patiently in the shadows, and when Bulgaria could no longer look in all directions at once, the Ottomans returned, quiet and sure, as if they had never left. They were not battles that earned names, not the kind etched into marble or remembered in songs. No flags rose above the smoke when they ended. No generals gave speeches. These were the small defeats, the ones that came quietly, folded between headlines and missed entirely by history books. But for those who fought them, they were everything. A hill lost at dusk, a river crossing that failed, a trench abandoned because the food never came. In Bulgaria's long and narrowing war, these moments began to stack. Not all at once, not dramatically, but steadily, like water rising under a locked door. Soldiers moved not with certainty now, but with memory. They had once believed in lines and orders and cause, but now they moved because movement was all that remained. Retreats were quiet. Reinforcements arrived late or not at all. Officers stopped talking about strategy and began talking about surviving the week. The road near Kilkis cracked under wagon wheels carrying the wounded. No one remembered when the road had been built, only that it once led toward hope. Now it led to field hospitals without supplies, where surgeons cut in silence and tossed bandages into already full basins. The wounded did not cry out. Many did not wake, and those who did often asked the same thing: is the line holding? And no one wanted to answer. In the mountains near Kriva Palanka, a unit of Bulgarian infantry held a ridge for 3 days. They were outnumbered, cut off, and half-starved. But they held it because it was what they had been told to do. When the order finally came to withdraw, only a dozen remained. They walked down the slope without speaking, past the bodies of men they had eaten their last bread beside. At the bottom, there was no one waiting, no commander, no warm tent, just a road that curved back toward war. Elsewhere, supply trains were raided before they ever reached the front. Horses died in the harness. The shells did not match the guns. Boots fell apart. Letters from home arrived late or not at all. The illusion of structure crumbled, and through it all, the rain came down in sheets, turning fields into graves and paths into mire. Even time seemed to drag, slowed by the weight of too many lost causes. In the towns, the faces changed. Bulgarian officers moved quickly through train stations, reading telegraphs with tired eyes, while civilians gathered in corners, listening without asking. They had heard the rumors. They had seen the uniforms shift from bold to threadbare. They knew when not to speak. These defeats did not shatter armies, but they bent them, and slowly, surely, the spine of the war began to curve. The generals kept issuing orders, the newspapers kept printing victories, but the soldiers, walking through wet grass and broken fences, knew better. In the south, Greece advanced with quiet determination. Villages changed hands without warning. A street that flew the Bulgarian flag at morning flew the Greek by dusk. The same shops closed, the same bells rang. Only the language of the commands changed. And to the west, Serbia pushed harder. Its victories were not always clean, but they were steady. It took ground and held it, and it no longer feared Bulgarian counterattacks. Those days had passed, so the war continued, but differently now, not in triumphs, in the long stretch of defeats too small to count, but too many to ignore. The battlefield was not the only place where Bulgaria lost. Sometimes defeat came dressed in fine suits, spoken in polished French, and signed with shaking hands under chandeliers. In Bucharest, the war moved from trenches to tables. The negotiations were meant to bring peace, but for Bulgaria, they brought something colder, the confirmation that isolation had a price, and that diplomacy could wound deeper than any rifle. The Treaty of Bucharest, signed in August 1913, was supposed to end the Second Balkan War. The nations gathered to redraw the lines again, as if the last map had been sketched in water. Serbia, Greece, Romania, and Montenegro arrived stronger, unified by the war they had just won, and by the desire to make sure Bulgaria would not rise quickly again. Bulgaria came alone. Its delegation carried more hope than leverage. The country was broken, its army exhausted, its cities silent. The war had bled its treasury and weakened its spirit, and now, at the table, its voice was smaller than ever. Serbia kept most of Macedonia, including key towns like Skopje. Greece held Thessaloniki and the Aegean coast. Romania kept southern Dobruja, quiet and absolute in its claim. Even Montenegro, smallest of the group, gained slivers of territory. Bulgaria, who had sparked the war in pursuit of more, left with less. The room was polite, the language was formal, but underneath the diplomacy there was resentment. Bulgaria had once claimed superiority, once accused others of betrayal, once believed it could stand alone. Now it sat beneath portraits of kings and watched its hopes erased in red ink. The diplomats did not raise their voices, but their pens moved with finality, and when the signatures dried, the borders were no longer in Bulgaria's favor. The terms felt less like resolution and more like punishment. Bulgaria had won the first war against the Ottomans, but now found itself stripped of its prize. The territories it had fought for were mostly gone. The alliances it had trusted had shattered, and the empire it had once hoped to replace had returned to reclaim part of its soul. Back home, the treaty landed like a stone in still water. Newspapers spun it gently, but people understood. Families who had lost sons to the battle for Adrianople now knew it was Ottoman again. Villages that had celebrated liberation now found themselves under Greek or Serbian rule. Train lines ended at borders that didn't exist a year before. The military, still licking wounds from the front, received the news in silence. Officers passed it on without comment. Soldiers packed gear and moved, sometimes back toward home, sometimes into unfamiliar territory still claimed, but not truly owned. In Sofia, disappointment turned inward. Blame passed between ministers. Resignations came. Some called for revenge, others for reform, but most simply fell quiet. The Treaty of Bucharest was not just about land. It was about position, reputation, trust. And Bulgaria, once the strongest in the league, had now become its loneliest member, punished not just for war, but for the audacity of expecting to control how it ended. And though the treaty was written in words meant for peace, it did not bring calm, not truly. It brought the memory of what had been hoped for, the shadow of what had been lost, and the ache of knowing that, in diplomacy, the strongest voice belongs not to the just, but to the ones who arrive with allies still at their side. Bulgaria arrived alone, and left smaller than when it began. The victors stood taller, but they did not feel taller. Serbia, Greece, Romania. Their flags flew higher now, but beneath them, the people did not cheer for long. The cities held parades, yes. The cannons fired blank salutes into wide skies. But in the villages, there were fewer sons to return to the fields, and fewer voices at the table. The maps had changed, but so had the hearts of those who carried them. Serbia had gained much. It now stretched deeper into Macedonia, a dream long carried by its nationalist thinkers. Skopje was now Serbian. The roads southward were in Serbian hands, but along with land came people, not all of them willing. The Macedonian Slavs, who had hoped for autonomy or Bulgarian unity, now found themselves under new rulers. The army stayed longer than it wished. Resistance simmered, and Serbia, though stronger in borders, found itself more entangled than ever in the complex threads of Balkan identity. In Belgrade, ministers toasted, but their eyes looked west, toward Austria-Hungary, where tensions grew. Serbia's victory had made it more confident, more visible, more ambitious. But visibility is not always safety, and the Austrians, watching a rising Slavic state so close to their own troubled provinces, saw danger more than triumph. Greece, too, had gained. Thessaloniki was no longer a question mark. It was Greek. The Aegean coast now shimmered under a new flag, but the war had not spared its soldiers. The hills of Macedonia held too many unmarked graves, and the refugees who flowed south from contested areas brought stories, illnesses, and burdens. The victory was real, but it did not come clean. In Athens, the government swelled with pride and complexity. The kingdom had expanded, yes, but how to govern these new lands? What language to use in the schools? What law in the courts? The dream of a greater Greece was now a task, not just a hope. And tasks have costs. Romania had won the cleanest, perhaps. Southern Dobruja now belonged to it, again with almost no bloodshed. But the acquisition stirred quiet concern. Bulgaria would not forget, and within Romania itself, new ethnic questions arose. The land was not empty. It never had been. And absorbing territory always meant absorbing tension. Even Montenegro, small and proud, found that its gains came with little celebration. The cost of lives was high. The expectations back home had grown. But a small kingdom, no matter how brave, could not expand endlessly. And every war stirred new questions of survival. The Ottoman Empire, though regaining Adrianople, remained wounded. The victory was symbolic, a reclaiming of an old jewel, but it did not reverse the tide of decline. The Balkan Wars had shown the world that the empire could be beaten, and even a small resurgence did not erase that lesson. Every kingdom had touched victory, but none held it comfortably, because the wars had not resolved the old questions. They had only moved them. The wounds of betrayal still stung. The promises made in alliance had been broken, and each new border was not a wall, but a line drawn across overlapping claims, loyalties, and memories. Peace had returned in name, but beneath the quiet, The ground was still warm with resentment. And the people, the farmers, widows, orphans, displaced families, they did not care for flags or treaties. They cared for bread, for names carved into stone, for silence at dinner. The kingdoms had grown, but none felt full, and none would forget. The wars had ended, but nothing felt finished. Across the Balkans, flags fluttered over ruins. New borders had been declared, drawn with ink and agreed upon in distant rooms, but the land still bore the weight of what had passed. Burned villages stood in silence. Fields had forgotten the feel of ploughs, and on every hillside the graves outnumbered the trees. In the towns that had changed hands, twice, sometimes 3 times, the people had stopped asking which army might come next. They simply adapted. The shops reopened with new signage. Schools changed languages. Churches repainted old icons in the color of whoever now ruled. But the ache beneath the surface remained the same. Loss is not erased by ceremony. It lingers quieter than a marching drum, deeper than any anthem. Bulgaria's soldiers returned to find homes gone, livestock taken, families scattered. They were greeted not with parades, but with silence, with questions no one could answer. Mothers wanted to know why their sons had died for towns that no longer flew their flag. Children asked why they had moved once more, to yet another rented room, waiting for word that would never come. And still, in Sofia, the government raised the flag high. It had lost territory. It had endured 2 wars. But it told its people that the country had fought bravely, that its place in history was secure, that the future would remember not the treaties, but the courage. The speeches were careful, the wounds were not. Elsewhere, the victors tried to settle into peace. In Thessaloniki, Greek soldiers marched through streets once patrolled by Ottomans, then Bulgarians. The citizens watched from windows, their faces unreadable. In Skopje, now firmly under Serbian control, the churches rang bells to celebrate union, while some residents whispered of another time, another ruler, another loss. In Dobruja, Romanian officials filed land records and issued new laws, while farmers wondered aloud what name their children would grow up using. But it was not only the soldiers and the cities that remembered. The land did too. Trenches remained in the soil, hidden by weeds. Artillery shells rusted in forgotten ditches. The forests still bore scorch marks. The rivers still carried the quiet debris of battle. A coat button, a broken belt, a bit of bone. And yet, life did return. Slowly. A cart creaked down a road where tanks had once rolled. A wedding took place under a canopy patched with cloth from 3 different flags. A child was born in a house rebuilt from the rubble of 2 others. Hope, like moss, found cracks to grow through. The flags, Bulgaria's, Greece's, Serbia's, Romania's, even the Ottomans. They flew proudly over government buildings, but the people below them had learned something different. They had learned that flags were not permanent, that they rose and fell with the wind, that they did not fill stomachs, nor mend broken fences, nor quiet the dreams that came at night. And in their hearts, many held not allegiance, but fatigue, not pride, but grief, not hatred, but memory. The wars were over, the maps had changed, but the ruin remained, quiet, unspoken, waiting. And the flags, they waved above it all, catching the light like silk over scars. By the time the last offensives began, there was little strength left to give. Commands were still issued, battles still planned, but the urgency had faded. It wasn't cowardice, it was emptiness. Exhaustion had seeped deeper than fear. It moved faster than couriers, It spread in silence through tents, trenches, and city halls. No trumpet could stir the weary. No anthem could hide the fatigue. Even the earth seemed tired, heavy from too many boots, too many bodies, too many wounds left to weather alone. Bulgarian troops still marched, but their pace slowed. Feet blistered in worn boots. Rifles felt heavier in cracked hands. Rations had grown thin, and letters from home stopped coming. Some men spoke of home only in half sentences now, unsure if it still stood. Others said nothing at all. The laughter that once echoed between skirmishes was gone. They still fought, but not for victory. They fought because retreat offered nothing more than the front. Only a different place to wait. At headquarters, officers revised plans that no longer matched reality. Maps were marked with confidence, but lines on paper did not reflect the ground. Entire battalions had vanished, not in glory, but in silence. Some slipped away at night, some dissolved on the march. Some simply laid down their arms and sat, staring at a sky that offered no message. There was no rebellion, only surrender without voice. Even the will to disobey had thinned. Across the field, Greece and Serbia pushed forward, but even their strides had shortened. Victory was no longer something they chased. It was something they endured. Territory still changed hands, but the gains felt hollow. The soldiers no longer cheered. The orders still came, but they felt delayed, as if echoing from a distant war. Near the Struma River, a final push was ordered. Bulgarian lines were thin. The terrain was unforgiving. And yet, the command came. Hold, resist, counter if possible. The soldiers nodded, because nodding required no strength. At dawn, they moved out, not with resolve, but with resignation. The first gunfire was met not with return fire, but with silence. When the barrage finally began, it felt like habit more than hatred. On the Serbian side, the advance stalled, not from resistance, but from confusion. There was no fight to meet them. Villages had been cleared, positions abandoned, not with tactics, with fatigue. The land itself felt empty, as if the war had finally consumed all it could, and now turned inward to devour the last remnants of reason. In the corridors of power, the words had not yet changed. Officials spoke of final opportunities, of regaining initiative, of national honor. But their voices trembled now. Reports were delayed. Telegrams arrived half blank. The war had outlasted the men who once believed in it, and those who remained spoke of roads, how to reopen them, how to rebuild rail lines, how to ration what little was left. In Sofia, the streets grew quieter. Men who once wore uniforms now limped home without announcement. Some had lost limbs, others had lost something deeper, the thread that tied them to the war's beginning, the cause, the dream. Now they only wanted warmth, and something that wouldn't move beneath their feet. The war had not ended, but its heartbeat had grown faint. Its voice, once sharp, now whispered across hills stripped of color. And the soldiers, all of them, knew. When fatigue becomes stronger than fear, there is no command that can truly lead. The borders were no longer lines on a map. They had been burned into the earth, not by pens, but by shells and marching feet. Forests once green were now skeletons. Hills bore the blackened teeth of trenches, and rivers ran slower, muddied by months of silence and ash. The land had memorized the war more faithfully than any treaty ever would. It held the impressions of every camp, every skirmish, every retreat that had turned into surrender. In Macedonia, the terrain had changed shape under pressure. Villages along the Vardar had shifted allegiance so often that the people stopped keeping track. 1 week, a flag was raised. The next, it was trampled. The fields were not harvested that year. The wheat grew wild, then withered, then was crushed by the boots of another army passing through. The children had learned to hide when they heard hooves, no matter what language the voices called in. Bulgaria's final lines curled like an animal protecting its ribs. Desperate defenses were dug not out of belief in victory, but in fear of loss, of losing what little remained untouched. Border towns became symbols, not for what they offered strategically, but for how long they could hold out. Kilkis, Petrich, Kustendil. Their names entered dispatches like please, hold this, at least this, for one more day. And yet the soil did not care who claimed it. The mountains did not lean one way or the other. The rivers did not recognize borders. They had flowed long before kings and treaties and would continue long after. But the people, they were trapped between all these forces, forced to live within definitions written in war. In Thessaly, Greek forces stood firm. They had held the line, claimed the south, and kept the sea. But with each village secured, they found less to inherit. The homes were often empty, the wells poisoned, the churches scarred by shelling or converted by the previous invaders. The people, if they remained, spoke cautiously. They welcomed the new flags, but their eyes held stories too layered to tell in a single tongue. To the north, Serbian forces consolidated their gains. Skopje stood under their flag, and the railways extended deeper into the newly claimed heartland. But the resistance, quiet, unorganized, unspoken, continued in glances, in nighttime disappearances, in the refusal to sing the right anthem when asked. Serbia had gained land, but not always trust. Bulgaria, retreating and reshaping, watched its neighbors grow larger on paper, but the price was visible, not just in men lost or towns abandoned, but in the deepening divide between who they had believed they were and what they had become. The idea of unity, of a grand Slavic alliance, was gone, burned like so much else. Now there was only geography and the ghost of promises no one honored. Diplomats began to whisper again, not of peace, but of permanence, of how to make these lines stay, of what deals could preserve gains without needing another war. But every conversation was haunted by the knowledge that nothing was solid, not the paper, not the ink, not even the stones at the edge of each new border. The real map was written in scars, on the land, on the faces of those who had survived, and on the children who now grew up walking past ruins, wondering which flag would fly next and whether it would mean anything at all. Because in the Balkans, borders were not drawn. They were burned, and the smoke still lingered. The armies moved in columns with banners, commands, and clear objectives. But what they took, the people lost quietly, without fanfare or ceremony. It was not only the buildings flattened, or the livestock driven away, or the schools closed and reopened with new rules. It was smaller things. A grandmother's dress left behind in the rush. A song sung in the wrong tongue. A name no longer safe to speak aloud. These were not counted in victory reports, but they were losses all the same. In villages across Macedonia and Thrace, the memory of the war etched itself not in the battles won or lost, but in the routines that never returned. The butcher, who had once known every household by name, did not reopen his stall. The priest no longer rang the church bell in the morning, unsure who now claimed the building. In towns where Orthodox and Muslim families once lived side by side, silence had taken up residence between them. Not always violence, not always anger, just silence. Heavy, final, and unwilling to forget. Families who had lived on one side of the line now found themselves on the other. A border redrawn overnight meant neighbors became foreigners. Cousins became suspects. Sometimes all that changed was the language of the tax collector or the emblem on a soldier's cap. But that was enough. Enough to erase the feeling of belonging. Enough to make one's own land feel rented. In Bulgaria, as the army receded from places it had once claimed with confidence, the retreat left behind more than territory. It left behind uncertainty. There were widows with no graves to visit, children who didn't understand what flag to draw in school. Men returned from the front to find their homes looted, not by enemies, but by hunger, by fear, by the idea that war justifies anything. In Greece, new land came with old pain. The government welcomed the expansion. Maps were updated, textbooks rewritten. But the soldiers who occupied those lands did not find triumph. They found empty streets, eyes that looked away, and wounds that could not be named. Every claim carried weight, and every weight found its way onto someone's back, usually the ones too poor or too tired to protest. Serbia, flushed with new gains, sent settlers into Macedonia. They came with wagons and hopes and the promise of a better life. But they built on land where others had lived, loved, and buried their dead. And the earth did not forget. Crops failed in some places. Wells dried. Superstition whispered through the fields that no peace would grow on stolen roots. The Ottoman survivors, those who remained in Adrianople and beyond, lived with a different kind of loss. They had tasted the empire's decline. They had seen the flags fall, rise, and fall again. And in the stillness that followed, they lived in a shrinking world, their traditions now watched, their customs spoken more quietly. They had returned, but not in strength, only in shadow. Across all the lands touched by the Balkan Wars, the people had learned something the generals never mentioned, that what war takes is not always rebuilt, that the cost is not always paid in years, but in generations, and that sometimes a village can lose itself not in fire or flight, but simply in forgetting who it used to be, because the armies had moved on, but the people stayed behind, holding pieces of a life that no longer fit the land they woke to. The final shots were fired without ceremony, no trumpet call, no farewell speech. Just a handful of men in tattered uniforms, huddled behind broken stone, squeezing the trigger because someone had said to hold the position. Somewhere in the mountains of Western Thrace, a patrol exchanged fire for the last time. The noise echoed through empty hills, heard by no one but birds and ghosts. There was no line drawn to mark it. No clock struck the end. Only silence, slowly replacing the sound of war. The world did not watch. Its attention had shifted elsewhere, to the great capitals, to shifting alliances, to the future that seemed to inch towards something darker. In London, Paris, Vienna, reports were filed and quickly forgotten. A treaty here, a boundary there. But they did not feel the bones beneath the soil. They did not walk the roads still littered with rusted buttons and dented helmets. They did not listen to the quiet of a village where laughter had not returned. In Bulgaria, the news arrived like a tired sigh. The Second Balkan War was over, the peace signed, the borders redrawn. There would be no reclaiming what was lost, no grand review of returning armies, only the heavy labor of rebuilding with what little remained. Veterans came home with hollow eyes, many limping, some blind, others simply silent. The war had given them nothing but memory, and not the kind that warmed in old age. Serbia had grown, its influence expanding into Macedonia, its pride swelling, but its soul felt older. The youth of a generation had been soaked in mud and blood. their innocence spent in hills and forests with names no one would remember. Some towns built monuments, others built silence. The land was fuller, but the people thinner, in body, in spirit, in hope. Greece looked to the sea, claiming its role as a regional power, confident, sunlit, and emerging. But behind closed doors, ministers counted the costs. Refugees poured in, churches overflowed, fields needed clearing, roads needed building. The dream of a larger homeland had been fulfilled, but the body of that homeland was bruised. The south rejoiced, the north wept quietly. Montenegro, always small, always proud, had endured beyond its strength. Its men had bled for hills and valleys no one else wanted. They returned to find their homes just as small and just as vulnerable. The king called it a noble war. The people called it enough. Even the Ottomans, weakened but not erased, retook Adrianople and declared a return to order. But order is not the same as peace. The empire had been humbled, its armies bruised, its vision of Europe now smaller, fainter. The old pride remained in uniforms and decrees, but the world no longer feared the crescent. They simply watched it fade, the last gun cleaned, the last trench abandoned, the last name added to the list of the dead. The final shots of the Balkan Wars dissolved not in triumph, but in fatigue, and the land exhaled, unsure if this was peace or merely pause. For the people, life would begin again, not fresh, but forced. The ploughs returned to fields that had grown wild. Children were born who would one day hear stories from grandparents with eyes that stared too far into the distance. Flags would be folded, stored, then replaced again in years not far ahead, because the war had ended, but it hadn't ended anything, only marked a new beginning in a world that had already started counting the months towards something far worse. And the final shots, they echoed only once, then vanished into wind. The treaties came like rain after fire, not with relief, but with a dampness that seeped into wounds without healing them. In Bucharest and Constantinople, in embassies and railway cars, men in pressed coats sat with maps between them. They spoke in low tones, measured voices, careful phrasing. They did not wear mud on their boots or grief in their eyes. They called it peace. They called it resolution. But the promises made in those rooms would not reach the fields where the war had truly lived. The Treaty of Bucharest, signed in August 1913, was the most visible shape of the war's end. Bulgaria was carved, punished for ambition, left with less than what it had fought for, less than what it had once been promised by allies who now spoke like strangers. Serbia gained vast lands in Macedonia, lands it had always claimed by history, but which now came at the cost of constant unrest. Greece took the south, Epirus, and most of Aegean Macedonia, and with it, a sense of arrival. Montenegro secured small territory, enough to feel it had not fought in vain. Romania, who had entered the war late and with caution, walked away with southern Dobruja, a prize won without fatigue. Bulgaria had believed itself central to the Balkan dream, the soul of a Slavic awakening, but now it stood alone, its borders narrowed, its soldiers scattered, its pride quietly dismantled in a hotel room. No amount of ink could soften the blow. In Sofia, the government declared dignity intact, but in private, ministers whispered about betrayal. The sense of isolation, of having been used and then discarded, would settle in like winter frost. For Serbia, the treaty marked an ascent. Land had been gained, roads secured. The dream of a Yugoslav unification stirred again. But each new mile of territory brought more complexity, more identities, more people unwilling to forget their language, their customs, their dead. Serbia had won, but the lands it claimed had not invited conquest. Beneath the surface, quiet resentment stirred, and the seeds of future struggle found soft soil. Greece, meanwhile, celebrated. In Athens, church bells rang. Flags danced in the wind. The navy had held strong. The army had marched with resolve, and now the south was secured. But there was unease as well. Thessaloniki had been claimed, but with it came tension. With Bulgaria, with the memories of Ottoman retreat, and with the people who still spoke tongues the state did not yet recognize. Greece had grown, yes, but growth is not always comfort. Montenegro, small as ever, kept its pride, and in doing so, kept its vulnerability. It had no illusions of power, but it carried the weight of honor. The war had made no promises to it beyond survival, and survival was enough. The Ottomans, left out of the Treaty of Bucharest, but central to the Treaty of Constantinople, reclaimed Adrianople and declared themselves unbroken. But the maps told a quieter truth. The empire had shrunk again. Its European edge had crumbled. Its name still carried weight in mosques and on paper, but the days of fear had passed. Europe no longer trembled at its shadow. The treaties spoke of peace, but offered only silence. There was no justice written into the borders, only compromise, exhaustion, and a promise that no one would push further, for now. The diplomats returned home. The ink dried. The maps were redrawn and printed, and across the Balkans, the people woke to new names for old lands, told to begin again. But treaties, like memories, can be fragile, and what they promised would not always be kept. The treaties were not only about what they promised, they were also about what they destroyed. With each signature, something slipped away. Not just borders or claims, but the unseen threads that had once held communities together. Alliances turned to rivalry, neighbors to strangers, and beneath the clean lines drawn on official maps, the real shape of the Balkans, scarred, quiet, watchful, began to settle into itself again. In Bulgaria, the wound ran deep. It was not simply territorial, it was spiritual. The land lost was one thing, but the feeling of betrayal by allies who had fought side by side, who had sung the same songs of liberation, that loss cut deeper. In cafes and quiet parlors, men spoke bitterly about the Serbian betrayal, the Greek opportunism, the Romanian encroachment. The dream of a united Slavic brotherhood had shattered like thin glass under boot. It would not be repaired. Along the new frontiers, villages once caught in the shared fabric of trade, marriage, and custom now found themselves divided. A river that once belonged to everyone now had two flags on either side. A road that once led freely between towns was now patrolled. The markets emptied. The songs changed. Languages that had coexisted became sources of suspicion. Identity, once fluid, was now a line with teeth. In Macedonia, where no single people could claim the whole, the treaty carved division like it was solving a problem, not cutting through a living world. Serbia claimed the north, Greece the south. Bulgaria mourned the whole. But the people in between, Vlachs, Albanians, Turks, Jews, Slavs of many names, they were not asked, they were assigned. Some stayed, some fled. Some were forced to choose which country they belonged to, as if soil and memory could be declared by paper alone. In the cities, the treaties left their mark on doors. New flags were painted above town halls. Street names changed overnight. School books were rewritten, but not everyone could rewrite themselves. The child who had learned in Bulgarian now struggled under Serbian law. The merchant who had counted his books in Ottoman script found his currency replaced, his license questioned. It was not that the new regimes were always cruel, but they came quickly, firmly, with rules that did not ask for permission. The treaties had no space for nuance. They could not see the grandmother who now feared speaking her mother tongue in public, the priest unsure if his sermons would be considered loyal, the family who crossed a border in the night, not because they hated the land they left, but because it no longer felt like home. These were not mentioned in diplomatic notes. They were not cited in footnotes, but they were the real consequence. In the Ottoman territories that remained, the humiliation echoed in silence. Adrianople was retaken, but the empire's heart no longer beat with confidence. The sultans had lost more than land. They had lost their place in the European imagination. What had once been a powerful gate between East and West was now considered a tired echo of another age. The people, proud but weary, began to feel it too. And the treaties, these pieces of paper meant to end conflict, did not erase the anger. They merely paused it. In schools, young boys were taught who had betrayed them. In churches, prayers were spoken for lands lost. In song and in silence, the sorrow remained. Because what the treaties destroyed was not only unity or territory, it was trust. And trust, once gone, is not easily drawn back with a line on a map. In the years that followed, the Balkans carried the war not in banners or slogans, but in silences too large to name. The dream of unity, the proud and fragile idea that the Balkan peoples might rise together, shoulder to shoulder against empires, drifted away like morning mist. It had been real once, if only in feeling. Not perfect, not peaceful, but real. Now it was memory. A memory complicated by betrayal and reshaped by grief. The ghost of what might have been lingered, soft but ever present. In taverns in Sofia and cafes in Belgrade, old men spoke quietly of the League, of those first days when letters passed between capitals with plans and promises. They remembered the night the alliance was signed, how it had felt like dawn. For once, the Balkan states were not waiting on the decisions of Vienna or Constantinople or St. Petersburg. They were choosing their own fate. But time had taught them that unity was easy in words, hard in war, and near impossible in victory. The memory of unity haunted those who had believed in it most. Soldiers who had stood beside allies now spoke of them with bitterness. Commanders who once toasted shared purpose now refused to shake hands. It was not only the blood spilled that had broken them, but the silence that followed, the absence of apology, the ease with which old friends became rivals once the land was up for dividing. And yet, the memory persisted, especially in the quiet corners. A Greek woman in a northern village still kept the photograph of her Bulgarian friend, lost to war, folded into her Bible. A Serbian teacher in Bitola still taught his students the old folk songs that crossed all borders. A Montenegrin farmer wrote letters to his brother, long resettled in Bulgaria, never speaking of politics, only of weather and harvest and the ache of old age. These were small acts, unseen by history, but they were resistance too, resistance to forgetting. They were places, rare but real, where the people still remembered the days before the lines, where markets had welcomed many tongues, where churches and mosques stood within walking distance, where a child might grow up hearing lullabies in 3 languages. These places held the memory like candlelight, flickering but not extinguished. They were not loud, they did not claim triumph, but they held on. The governments, for their part, turned away. In Sofia, in Athens, in Belgrade, in Cetinje, the new narratives were written. Schoolbooks spoke of betrayal, of national pride, of rightful claims and stolen lands. The wars became stories of courage, not complexity. Flags replaced conversations. Memory became selective. But the people, especially the old, remembered differently. They remembered the mess, the kindnesses that had come in the middle of fear, the shared cigarettes in trenches, the songs hummed at night, the soup passed between enemies who had once been neighbors. And so, the ghost of unity did not scream. It did not demand. It simply stayed, in half-finished letters, in untranslated books, in the silence between two speakers of different tongues who still nodded to each other in passing. It lived in the parts of memory too soft for politics, in the pieces that history could not erase. Because even when peace is drawn with a ruler, the heart remembers curves. Even when maps say division, memory leans toward togetherness. Even after all that was lost, the land, the brothers, the trust, something remained, not enough to rebuild, but enough to remember what unity once felt like. And sometimes, in the quiet between storms, memory is the only shelter left. Pride had built the Balkan League. Pride had broken it. And now, pride lingered in the silence after the war, like a shadow that refused to lift. Each nation had entered the conflict believing in something larger, in legacy, in justice, in destiny. But what they carried away from it was weight, not glory, not peace. Just the silent heaviness of promises unmet and sacrifices too great to name aloud. Bulgaria stood in the quiet of its own reflection. It had imagined itself the leader of a new order, the heart of Balkan freedom. But pride had demanded too much. It had reached farther than the ground beneath its feet could hold. And when the Allies turned away, Bulgaria did not bow. It struck, and that blow cost it everything. In the years that followed, the bitterness did not soften. Monuments were built, heroes named. But behind every stone was the question no one dared ask aloud. What if we had simply waited? What if pride had not shouted so loudly? Serbia walked taller, but with a limp. The war had delivered land and power, but also unrest. Pride swelled in public speeches, in the military parades through the new cities of Macedonia. But at home, pride carried a price. The war had drained its youth. It had given Serbia more than it could easily govern, more than it could easily protect. And in the quiet corners of its expanding kingdom, the tensions whispered louder. Pride had brought expansion, but it had not brought ease. Greece, too, emerged with more coastline, more towns under its banner, more reason to celebrate. But the cost of pride was written in every widow's face, in every home missing a son, a brother, a father. The naval victories had lifted spirits. The southern marches had strengthened claims, but pride asked for silence about what was lost along the way. The homes abandoned, the tongues erased, the weary hunger in regions now claimed but still restless. Flags flew higher, but food remained scarce. Montenegro, always smallest, wore its pride like an old medal. It had stood firm, bled hard, and claimed its place at the table. But pride could not feed its people, could not rebuild its towns, could not hold back the slow pressure of larger powers pressing in from all sides. The king still spoke of honor, but the people spoke of hunger, of loss, of what had been given for so little return. And the Ottoman Empire, once feared, once sprawling, nursed its pride like a fading photograph. Adrianople had been reclaimed, a symbolic ember of former power. But the empire's time in Europe was over in spirit, if not in law. Pride kept the sultans upright. It filled their palaces with ceremony. But the streets knew the truth. The empire had receded, and pride could not stop the tide. Pride was never written into the treaties, but it shaped every decision, every refusal, every silence. It told men not to apologize. It told generals to advance when they might have stayed still. It whispered to kings that honor was worth more than peace, more than patience, more than people. And so, the price of pride was paid not in gold, but in graves, in borders that looked secure but bled unrest, in children who grew up with stories of betrayal instead of peace, in nations who remembered only their own pain, never the pain they had caused. Pride had been a compass, but it had never pointed to peace. In every corner of the Balkans, stone began to speak where people could not. Names etched into marble, limestone and granite, rows of markers standing like frozen witnesses, sons, brothers, fathers, names carried in neat lines, accompanied by dates that all ended too soon. These stones were not merely grave markers, they were memory carved to last, even when the hearts that remembered began to fade. In Serbia, the monuments stood tall and solemn, obelisks in the hills, columns in town squares, silent tributes beside churches and courthouses. Each bore names, too many to count. Villages where nearly every household had sent someone who never returned. The names were simple. No rank, no poetry, just names. And in their simplicity, a sorrow deeper than words. Old women laid wildflowers in the morning, sometimes alone, sometimes with grandchildren who would never know the face behind the stone. But the names were there, as if saying, we were real. Greece mourned with marble, cold and smooth and white. Statues of unnamed soldiers stood with swords lowered, eyes cast down. In mountain villages and on quiet islands, names filled the bases of these sculptures. The fishermen who left to fight, the farmers who marched south, the boys who never saw 20. And still, the bells rang on feast days. Still, incense drifted through churches. But there were pews with permanent absences, families who sang softly to hide the cracks in their voices. The war had passed, but the names remained. Bulgaria's memory came heavy and dark. The monuments here bore both defiance and grief. Some showed warriors carved into the stone, others bore crosses or shields, and always the names, hundreds, sometimes thousands, stacked tightly, as if the stone could barely hold them all. The names were sometimes followed by the words "fallen for the homeland," but many had fallen for dreams that no longer lived. Still, they were remembered. In Sofia, in Plovdiv, in small villages near rivers and forest paths, candles were lit, not for victory, not for glory, but for the stubborn act of remembering. Montenegro, with fewer names, but no less sorrow, marked its hills with stone crosses and weathered plaques. The pride of the mountain kingdom was quiet but unyielding. Even a single name carved into a single block could feel like the center of the world. Here, memory did not demand grandeur. A bench near a stream, a carving on a chapel wall, a name spoken in prayer, that was enough. The memory held. In the former Ottoman lands, memory was more fragmented. Some graves were known, others lost to time or politics. Adrianople had its martyrs. But for many Ottoman families, memory was held not in stone but in stories, whispered down generations. A name here, a place once lived, a loss that was never explained fully. The stones, when they existed, bore Arabic script or Ottoman Turkish, fading now in a world that no longer read those tongues. But the memory was still there, unread but felt. All across the Balkans, children passed by these markers without fully knowing what they were. Tourists paused briefly, locals nodded, some hurried past, not wanting to remember. Others came back again and again, folding their grief into routine. The stones did not answer questions. They asked them. Who were these men? What did they believe? What did they fear in their last moments? Did they think it was worth it? No war ever ends when the last shot is fired. It ends when the last name is forgotten. And in the Balkans, names still whisper through stone. Children did not fight in the Balkan Wars, but they remembered them. Not always in the ways history books tell. Not in maps or campaigns. Not in the names of generals or treaties signed in distant halls. They remembered in smaller ways, in the smell of their mother's hands, worn from weaving more black than colour, in the hush that fell over a room when a certain name was spoken, in the pauses adults took before answering questions they did not want to explain. Some children remembered boots at the door, not loud, marching boots, but the kind that creaked with exhaustion. A father home, but never quite returned. Eyes that did not follow conversation. A voice softer than before, or sharper, or gone altogether. The war had taken something, and it was not always the body. Sometimes it was the way someone held their spoon, the way they looked at firelight, the way they fell silent when a song came on the wind. Others remembered absence more than presence. A room left untouched, a pair of shoes that no one dared move, a photograph framed in wood, or a drawing sketched in charcoal. In many homes, there were seats that no one sat in anymore, not out of reverence, but out of habit. The war had settled itself into the furniture, into mealtimes, into the rhythm of breath. In the classrooms that reopened after the war, the children learned new maps. Borders had shifted. Names of cities now carried flags they hadn't before. But the children learned more from the things unsaid, from the tension in the teacher's voice when mentioning certain places, from the ways some students were no longer there, from the quiet resentment in certain homes, at neighbors, at foreigners, at fate. Memory was not taught, it was absorbed. Some children remembered the weight of silence, of doors closed slowly, of mothers who sang lullabies too softly, of grandparents who no longer told stories with the same joy. The war had stripped something from the old, and the young inherited the quiet. They played in fields where soldiers had once fallen, picked flowers without knowing what grew beneath. Some found bullets in the dirt and brought them home like treasures. Some asked questions and were told, gently, not to. But not all memory was sorrow. Some children remembered kindness too. The neighbor who brought bread when supplies had vanished. The stranger who shared soup on a long train ride. A lullaby hummed in a language not their own, but no less soothing. These small memories mattered. They softened the sharper ones. They kept the world from turning completely hard. In time, these children grew. Some carried the silence into adulthood. Some became the teachers, the soldiers, the politicians who would decide the next story. Some repeated the old grudges. Some tried to mend them. But all of them, every one, had been shaped by the war, even if they never saw a battlefield. Because war does not end with the men who fight it. It moves forward through the children who remember it and who carry its shape into the world. And memory, especially a child's memory, is not always clear. It can soften, it can sharpen, it can twist, but it never vanishes. In a lullaby, in a lesson, in a silence that lasts just a little too long. The war lived on, not through gunfire, but through the hearts that beat after it ended. Before the war, the songs were shared. They floated across borders that weren't yet walls. Shepherds sang on mountains that touched many lands. Fishermen hummed on shores where flags mattered less than the waves. In small cafes and village squares, voices carried melodies that belonged to no one and everyone. Mothers sang their children to sleep with tunes passed down without origin. Weddings had music. So did the harvest. So did the road. But after the war, the songs changed. Some disappeared, lost to fear, to shame, to the simple fact that no one sang them anymore. Others were rewritten. A word changed here, a line erased there. A hymn that once told of rivers and rain now carried pride and pain, and often the weight of blame. National songs rose up, bold, bright and loud. Songs that claimed victory, songs that remembered the fallen, songs that drew a line between us and them, between who belonged and who did not. In Bulgaria, songs about freedom gave way to ballads of betrayal. Old anthems of unity were hushed. New ones told of sacrifice and sorrow, of the knife in the back, of standing alone. These were songs with sharp edges, often sung with fists clenched. In some homes, older songs still lived, quietly, under breath, behind closed doors. But the public voice changed. Music became armor. In Serbia too, the song shifted. Folk melodies now carried echoes of battle, names of towns taken, battles won, enemies remembered not with hatred, but with heavy finality. The guzl, the traditional stringed instrument, was still played in mountain villages, but the tales it told had new endings. Songs that once told of heroic resistance against empires now hinted at more recent victories, and the friends who had turned to foes. Greece sang loud, proud, and with a deep ache. The old island song still spoke of longing, but now the longing was for something just lost. Lands claimed but not fully kept, promises made but frayed. The music of the bouzouki found new stories to carry. In port cities and quiet villages alike, the old melodies were still played, but now they held a different kind of silence between notes. Montenegro's music, as always, was spare and firm, but it too shifted. Once songs of resistance, now songs of endurance, of standing small and stubborn in the middle of louder nations, of brothers lost in the push and pull. The mountain songs still rose through the pine trees, but now they carried more weight. Not because the notes had changed, but because the world around them had. Even the Ottomans, whose time in the Balkans was ending, changed their songs. Once elaborate, rich with classical ornament, now more melancholy, more inward. The empire that once celebrated its reach now sang of memory, of what had slipped away. The music did not rage, it receded. And yet, in places not claimed by politics, some songs remained unchanged. A lullaby sung by a grandmother who refused to forget the version she had learned. A wedding dance that still followed the same steps, even if the tune had been given new words. A harvest melody hummed over wheat, whose rhythm no border could erase. These songs were not resistance, they were remembrance. Memory set to music, because the truth was simple. When the war ended, many things were rewritten, but music remembered. It bent but did not break. It adapted but did not vanish. It grieved, but it kept singing. And in that quiet defiance, in that voice that refused to forget, the soul of the Balkans survived. The guns had barely cooled, the treaties had barely dried, but already the road ahead was trembling. The war that was meant to settle everything had only unsettled more. In every capital, maps were examined not with satisfaction, but with suspicion. Alliances that once stood firm now leaned like tired soldiers. The wounds were fresh, but so was the pride. And in the wake of the Balkan Wars, Europe tilted slowly towards something larger, something darker, though few could yet name it. In Bulgaria, the silence after the Second Balkan War was not peace. It was humiliation, lands lost, alliances broken. Bulgaria watched the other Balkan states hold what it had once been promised, and resentment grew like moss on stone. It turned inward. It looked beyond the region, toward Austria-Hungary, toward the German Empire. A quiet calculation began. If we were betrayed by friends, perhaps we will find use in strangers. The bitterness did not fade. It hardened into strategy. Serbia, newly expanded and proud, found itself watched with suspicion. Austria-Hungary saw Serbia's growth as a threat, not just to its borders, but to its fragile union of nations and languages. Serbia had allies, yes, but it also had a vision of Slavic unity, of cultural strength, of destiny. The war had strengthened that vision, but it had also drawn dangerous eyes. And in Vienna, men began to whisper what had once been unthinkable, that Serbia must be checked, controlled, if not by diplomacy, then by something sharper. Greece emerged stronger, with land and confidence, but also with questions. It had succeeded, yes, but its ambitions were not over. The Aegean still held disputes. The shadow of the Ottoman Empire still touched the sea. And in Athens, thoughts turned toward Constantinople, toward the islands still held by foreign powers. The Balkan Wars had been a beginning, not a conclusion, and Greece would not sit still for long. Montenegro, small but wounded, saw its place narrowing. It had gained little and lost much. Its voice grew quieter in the chorus of louder powers. Its people rebuilt, but with a sense of having been used, a piece on a board, moved by others. It would survive, but with caution, and the Ottoman Empire, retreating, watched the Balkans slip further away. It had retaken Adrianople, but it had lost far more. The Balkan Wars had revealed what many had feared, that the empire was no longer feared. The once mighty power was now a question mark. Its enemies smelled weakness. Its people felt it. What remained would be defended, but with a sense of closing doors. And so the Balkans, in the quiet after war, did not rest. Instead, it pulled the rest of Europe toward it, toward Sarajevo, toward assassins and archdukes, toward telegrams and ultimatums, toward another war, this time not among neighbors, but across continents. The Balkan Wars had lit the match, even if few saw the spark. They had redrawn borders, broken alliances, rewritten pride into policy. They had taught nations to mistrust peace, to prepare. And in 1914, the world would learn the cost. But in 1913, on the long road just before it, the region rested not in peace, but in pause. A pause that held its breath, a pause that carried the echoes of cannon fire into the next great silence. And beneath that silence, memory waited. It waited in stone, in song, in a child's question, in a map's uneasy shape. The road to 1914 was not new. It had been walked already, with muddy boots and empty eyes. The Balkan Wars had only been the beginning, and the world would not sleep easily again for a very long time. The wind still moved through the mountains, but some flags no longer followed it. Torn down, folded away, forgotten by some, forbidden by others. The banners that had once fluttered proudly over battlefields and balconies now rested in attics, in trunks, or in memories too heavy to unpack. In the aftermath of the Balkan Wars, not all victories felt like triumphs. Some flags were raised in glory, others were lowered in silence, and others still were quietly replaced, as though their colours had never flown. In old Ottoman outposts, the crescent and star had disappeared. Minarets still stood, but they no longer cast the same political shadow. The empire that once stretched across continents now saw its influence reduced, its edges shaved by treaties and defeats. In villages where Turkish was once the language of rule, it became instead a memory, fading beneath new flags and rising new voices. The red banner, once seen as a sign of permanence, became instead a symbol of something past, not yet gone, but no longer feared. Bulgaria's banner still waved, but with weariness. After dreams of dominance collapsed into isolation, the pride it carried was quieter now. Flags still flew from government buildings and schoolyards, but in homes where sons had not returned, they were folded away, kept perhaps, but not displayed. The war had been bitter, the peace had been bitterer. The green, white and red still told a story, but not always one people wanted to hear aloud. It spoke of ambition, and of what ambition had cost. In Serbia, the flag rose high, but the silence beneath it grew. Victory had come with weight. The blue, white and red were wrapped around parades, but also around coffins. Each corner of the tricolour carried its own meaning: unity, freedom, sacrifice. But by now, those meanings had begun to feel hollow to some. Serbia had expanded, but expansion had brought attention. It had drawn lines, not only on maps, but through generations. And even as the flag caught the light, it also caught the shadows. Greece, whose blue and white stripes recalled sea and sky, held its banner with complicated pride. Land had been gained, the southern gate had opened, but questions lingered. In Thessaloniki, in Epirus, in the islands that dotted the Aegean, the flag flew, but sometimes alongside unease. Beneath the proud lines of independence, new complexities stirred. The flag was a unifier, yes, but also a reminder of what had been taken, of who had lived there before, of who now watched from across borders with sorrow or anger. Montenegro, smallest of the Balkan powers, still flew its red and gold, but knew its place in the world had changed. It had fought, it had bled, but it had not grown in the ways its neighbours had. Its flag remained, but its voice in the chorus of nations had softened. The mountains still stood proud and steady, but the winds they caught now carried news not from royal courts, but from embassies far away, where smaller flags meant less. And among the people, some flags were not fabric but memory. A song once sung in a certain dialect, a dish no longer cooked openly, a story that used to be told before bedtime, now kept silent. These too were banners, invisible but held in hearts, and many of them were lowered in the years after the war, not always by force, sometimes by fatigue, sometimes by necessity, sometimes just because it hurt too much to raise them again. What remains after war is not only ruin, it is also what no longer waves, the colours that no longer fly, the silence where once there was a song. The war had spoken in many voices, the roar of cannon, the shuffle of boots, the sobs behind closed doors. But when it was over, its lessons did not echo the way its noise had. There were speeches, yes, and ceremonies. Veterans remembered, politicians claimed meaning, but the deeper truths, the ones born in mud and hunger and betrayal, went mostly unheard. Not because no one spoke them, but because they were not the kind of lessons people wanted to learn. Some said the war had taught the Balkans unity, but those who had marched beside men from other towns knew otherwise. They had seen alliances crumble not with gunfire, but with quiet retreat, promises that vanished at sunrise, borders drawn over tea, then redrawn with blood. The lesson was not unity. It was that unity, once broken, is hard to trust again. Yet this truth was whispered, not written. Others claimed the war had taught courage. And yes, there had been courage. Real, hard, shaking courage. But there had also been fear that froze limbs. Orders followed not out of valor, but because there was no choice. Whole battalions that fled when the line broke. Commanders who closed their eyes and sent boys anyway. The war taught that courage is complicated, that survival is sometimes mistaken for shame. But this too went largely unsaid. In the homes that stitched life back together, the lessons were quieter. A mother learned to stop waiting for letters. A child learned that the word hero could mean someone who never came back. A farmer learned that soil soaked in blood takes longer to bloom. These were not the lessons of textbooks. They were lessons of silence, of shadow, of absence. But no leaders came asking for them. In parliaments and drawing rooms, statesmen claimed to have learned about diplomacy, about balance, about peace built through strength. But those same men continued to plan, to arm, to watch their neighbors through narrowed eyes. Their lessons were performances. They spoke of stability, but signed alliances in secret. They spoke of peace, but trained their sons to kill. They dressed their ambitions in the language of caution. But the truth was simpler. The war had not humbled them. It had only sharpened their tools. Teachers returned to classrooms with stories meant to inspire. Maps were drawn with bold borders, dates memorized, names of battles recited, but the deeper questions were left out. Why had it begun? Why had alliances turned so quickly? What did it cost, not in land, but in trust? These were lessons no one taught, not because they were unknown, but because they were uncomfortable. Some lessons did reach the people, in markets, in churches, in fields, not through lectures, but through glances, through the way someone turned away at a name, through the empty place in a choir, through the fact that men no longer asked for certain jobs because they had seen too much. But even these lessons faded. Time softened them. New fears replaced old ones, and soon the same paths began again. The Balkan Wars had been a warning, quiet, early, tragic, but few heard it, or if they did, they forgot. And less than a year later, the world would stumble into something greater, darker, louder. It would say again that it had learned, that it understood, and again the lessons would slip through fingers like water, because real understanding is slow, inconvenient, full of mirrors, and history, more often than not, chooses instead to march. Some places never forget, not because of monuments or markers, but because the land itself remembers. In the Balkans, the hills and fields still held the weight of what had passed through them. Not just the dead, but the fear. Not just the battles, but the waiting. The grief had settled into the soil, into the stones, into the air between the trees. You could walk through a valley untouched for years and still feel the hush. The earth had been asked to carry too much. Trenches carved like wounds, then left to fill with rain and silence. Forests once filled with birdsong now remembered the echo of artillery. Villages rebuilt, walls straight, windows clean. But the footsteps still paused at certain corners. There were wells no one used, roads no one walked after dusk, because the land, unlike memory, had no way to forget. On the plains where armies had passed, crops grew again. Wheat bowed in the sun. Sheep grazed without knowing. But the farmers did. They knew which rows to leave alone. They remembered which fields had not been fields once, but graves. Sometimes they spoke of it, casually, as if discussing weather. Sometimes not at all. But when the plough caught something metal, they always knew it would not be treasure, a buckle, a bullet, a bone. Grief was quiet here. It did not wail. It did not seek justice. It simply remained, a part of things, like dust on the windowsill, like a name you don't say but still think. The mountains carried it differently. There, the sorrow was older, sharper in some places, softer in others. On certain ridges, the wind still told stories of men who never came down, of fires that had lit the sky for nights without sleep. Shepherds, long since returned to their work, sometimes still left offerings on certain stones. A piece of bread, a flower, not for religion, not for spectacle, just because it felt right. And near the coasts, where ships had waited and soldiers had landed, the sea now seemed gentler. But those who had watched the horizon once, waiting for a flag, a sun, a sign, still turned their gaze out of habit. The docks were quiet, the sand smooth, but the grief had settled even there, salted by time, but present. Children played where once blood had run. They chased each other across grass that had once been soaked. They did not know, and that was how it should be. But their elders watched them with a kind of ache, because the laughter was beautiful, and because it meant the world had moved on. Too fast sometimes, too far. The land did not blame. It did not mourn the way people did, but it remembered, in overgrown paths, in crumbled walls left unrepaired, in stones too heavy to move. It remembered in the way grass refused to grow in certain corners, in the way the birds fell silent for just a moment too long. It remembered not with anger, but with presence. And those who lived closest to it, the ones who never left, learned to carry their grief the same way. Not loudly, not for display, but as something folded, tucked away, but always there. Because war does not only live in books and medals and dates, it lives in land, and land does not forget. They sleep now beneath fields that whisper and trees that sway without concern. They sleep without name, without rank, without the songs that once sent them marching. The soil has closed above them. The seasons pass without pause, but beneath the quiet earth, the war continues in memory, not in movement or sound, but in stillness. There are no more orders, no more flags, just rest, just sleep, just the final silence that follows all battles. Some lie where they fell, never moved, shallow graves in the shadows of hills, bones curled like questions, no crosses, no stone, just wildflowers that grow unknowingly above. Others were buried quickly, in lines, marked not by devotion, but by the haste of retreat. Their resting places were not chosen. They were left behind, the last chapter in a book no one finished reading. And still, they sleep. In cities that rebuilt, some were given monuments, tall stone towers, engraved names, wreaths laid once a year. But even there, the noise of the world grew louder with time. Car horns replaced marching songs. Pavement covered the paths they once knew. The memory remained, but blurred, as if looking at their stories through rain-specked glass. And still, they sleep. They do not rise to correct the historians. They do not shout from beneath the ground when names are forgotten. They do not beg for legacy. They ask for nothing. But if you stand quietly long enough, you might feel their presence, not as ghosts, not as spirits, just as absence, as breath that once was, as steps that once pressed this same soil. There were mothers who stood by the edge of their sons' graves, hands clasped, lips silent, not praying, just remembering, not asking why, just knowing it would never make sense. Some planted flowers, some could not return. Some waited for decades for the letter that never came, until memory itself began to blur, and the waiting became a kind of sleep too. Some soldiers never made it to any grave, swept away by rivers, crumbled into mountains, lost in forests that outlived them. Their rest is scattered, their sleep indefinite, but sleep nonetheless. No trumpet to wake them, no drum to call them. Just the sky above, the earth below, and the quiet in between. The Balkan Wars ended more than lines on a map. They ended voices, laughter, arguments never resolved, letters never written. They ended futures, but they also gave the gift that all war eventually gives its dead: rest. And while it is not peace in the way treaties promise, it is peace in the way the earth understands it. Complete, heavy, software. The men who dreamed of glory, they too sleep now, in mansions or in modest homes, their strategies reduced to chapters, their words forgotten outside of footnotes. The leaders who shaped borders are gone. The soldiers who guarded them are gone. The children who were taught to salute them have aged and faded, but the soil remains, and the silence, and the sleep. There is no ending strong enough to match what was lost, but there is this, that after the fire, after the betrayal, after the ambition and the surrender and the grief, there is sleep, not triumphant, not bitter, just sleep, the kind the land gives without question, the kind that asks for nothing in return, the kind that lasts. And now, perhaps, it is your turn to rest. Let the story slip beneath your breath. Let your thoughts settle like dust upon stone. Let the quiet come, because the war has ended, and this is what remains.